if you'd like beyond today, I would suggest getting comments in sooner than later so staff can review those as we move into the council process for finalizing. So in an ideal world, you get additional thoughts in this week, but we will keep an eye on it as we move forward too. But it does take time to model and do all that. So the sooner the better. Just checking with other staff, any other ground rules? No? Okay, facilities for those in the room. Exit, right? There's several exits you can see right there, out the front door. Restrooms are through the door that lists restrooms. There's 2 or 3 in there. There's some snacks and coffee. So thank you, Mertice, for helping us out on that. We will walk through, well, I think that's it on this for facilities. Anything else, Mertice? No? Okay. We'll come back to it if we need to. So we'll slide back to the agenda now. To the top screen. Yeah. I'm going to walk through the rest of our introduction. So as it's coming up, the next item is staff introduction. We're not going to have time to walk through everyone in the room and online otherwise, but just want to do a quick key staff introduction. So we'll start. I'll start, and we'll go to my left. I think that's clockwise for those in the room. So I'm Ryan Lothrop, Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, Columbia River Fishery Manager.
Good morning. I'm Jeff Whistler. I'm the Columbia River Fisheries Manager for the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Hello, Hannah Moore, Columbia River Fisheries Analyst for Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife.
I'm Shannon Conley. I am the Fishery Policy Analyst for Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife.
And if any staff in the back do want to introduce themselves, to get on the mic, you'll have to come up here. So apologize that. So we'll just for those here. So.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Charlene Hurst. I'm the Columbia River Management Unit Lead for Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife.
I'm Tucker Jones. I'm the Columbia River and Ocean Salmon Program Leader for the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Good morning, everyone.
Yeah.
Kyle definitely has to introduce himself.
Kyle Addix, Intergovernmental Salmon Manager for the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife.
I was hoping if there's any staff online who would like to introduce themselves and make sure everyone's aware of your presence. Washington or Oregon staff, go ahead and come off mute and introduce yourself.
Yeah, Ryan, you got me?
We do.
Yeah, John North, Oregon Fish and Wildlife, Assistant Fish Division Administrator, and with me is Mike Harrington, and Fish Division Administrator.
Thank you.
Howard Takata, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, Columbia River Management.
Thank you, Howard. Mark, go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Mark Baltzell. I'm the statewide salmon and steelhead manager for the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. And I will introduce one additional staff member in the room, Kelly Cunningham, Fish Program Director. He's in the room here. If you haven't met him, go ahead and say hi later on today. And then I believe we've got some regional staff, Bryce Glasser, Region 5 Fish Program Manager, and then Matt Gardner and Josua Holowitz, Region 5 Biologists. Anyone else, Bryce? Okay. Thank you. All right.
We've got one more Oregon staffer, Cameron Duff, sitting next to Kelly over here on the side. Cameron oversees the Select Area Fisheries Project and sampling of our estuary fisheries, including buoy 10.
Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, Mickey Yaga, Intergovernmental, Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna keep moving forward. Next up is meeting materials, basically the review of the agenda. So we've got basically two components of today's meeting. The first is kind of the last year review and this year's kind of pre-modeling assumptions, some background about 2024 outlook as well. And then the second part of today's meeting will be focused on a recreational fishery discussion. I do want to make note that the plan is to walk through our presentation first in each of the two major sections, and then we reserve the back end, the last half hour, whatever it turned into. We're trying to create as much space as possible for for comments. You know, if there's some questions, I don't want you to assume we're going to go have back and forth discussions. But if there are questions, we'll take into consideration and may circle back on some topics, kind of like we do in the compact hearing where it's, you know, relevant. But don't anticipate back and forth discussion. We just want to make sure we have plenty of time for everyone to provide their thoughts. So yeah, we'll first start off with the 2023 review, and that'll be pretty short. And then we will come back and then focus in on 2024 outlook. That's this morning's meeting. The intent is to be done in advance of noon. So we take a little pause and then come back close to noon. If we're done early, you know, we may start that recreational discussion a little earlier, but I just want to kind of give everyone a sense of our timing. So then noon till 2 is kind of set aside for the recreational modeling concepts that we're walking through and provide feedback on that, which also does include Region 5 tributary proposals as well. And then in conclusion, staff would take everything into consideration. We won't have answers on necessarily what we're going to take forward to the April council process, but we need to digest what we hear and then look at those comments online as well. But we plan on taking one fishery management strategy per area into the April council process. And that's how we kind of land with our fishery plans for 2024. Regarding the agenda, anything else?
No, I think you already said it, Ryan, but we got two identified periods of public comment here, one after the initial, you know, kind of review and overview this morning, and then the second more focused on the details of recreational fisheries in the afternoon. So just want to make sure everyone saw that. There's two places for public comment here today.
Okay, so with that, we're going to move on to our first agenda item. We'll pass this down and maybe just slide that over. And you'll have to just speak up just to make sure that audio does carry. Okay. So. Yeah, that's good.
Good morning, everyone. Again, Shannon Conley. So I'll be presenting this first section. So we have detailed information on the stock status and management guidelines for the Columbia River fisheries in those joint staff reports, which we produce annually and are available online right now. The most recent reports relevant to these fisheries are in the 2023 fall report, which was produced July 10th, 2023, and the 2024 spring Chinook, summer Chinook, sockeye, steelhead, and other species report, which was produced February 1st, 2024. The 2024 fall report is expected to be available in late July and will be found at those links. So 2023 returns and conservation objectives. We'll start with the Upper Columbia summer Chinook. Our preseason forecast was 85,400 fish, and our actual return was 64% of the forecast with 54,722. For sockeye, our preseason forecast was 234,000 with 500 fish. We came in 140% above forecast, with our actual return being 329,000 and 40 fish. For the fall Chinook, our broad forecast was 547,400, and our total actuals that came in was 720,237. The herb run size was forecasted at 278,500. The actual run size came in 122% of forecast at 338,990. The Snake River Wild run size was forecasted at around 13,000 and came in at 93% of forecast at around 12,400. The total allowable herb harvest rate, we forecasted 45% and we ended up at 29.7%. Allowed was 45% and we ended up at 29.7%. The non-treaty fisheries HR allowed is 15%. We ended up at 11.1%. The treaty Indian fisheries HR allowed was 30% and we ended up at 18.5%. For the lower Columbia River Tule LCR fall Chinook, we forecasted 77,100 for the LRH or the lower river hatchery Tule run size. And we ended up with 113% of forecasted, with the actuals being 87,130. For the total allowable ocean and Columbia River exploitation rate, it was at 38%. And we came in, our ER was 28.9%. With the Columbia River being 5.4% and the ocean ER being 23.5% compared to the preseason plan of 9.4% and 28.6%. Trying to do a few things at one time. For Columbia River Coho, the ocean abundance run size was forecasted to be 886,100 with 481,800 early stock, 404,300 late stock. The actual run size came in at 508,900, which was 57% of forecast. And we had the 300 early stock and 143,600 late stock. For the in-river run size, we forecasted 595,300 with 354,000 being early stock and 241,300 being late stock. And we came in with our actuals at 419,631 total, which is 70% of the forecast. For the early stock, we saw 308 and 175 early stock. And I know the packets have a different number here, but it was 111,456 late stock. So take note of that change. The total ocean and Columbia River ER expectation was 19%. And we came in at 13.5%. And we should note 23% is the allowable ER. The Columbia River ER, which includes buoy 10, we were projecting at 4.6%. We came in at 1.6%. And the ocean ER was projected at 14.4% and came in at 11.9%. That's it for coho. For upriver summer steelhead. So preseason, the Bonneville Dam passage for A and B index, which is July through October, was 63,400 with 1,300 of the wild B index. And the actuals that came in were 110,687, which was 175% of forecast. And the return included 1,616 wild B index, which is 124% of forecast. Our non-treaty ESA impact limit is 2% for wild A index and 2% for wild B index. and our actual impacts for less than 1% for A index and less than 1% for B index. But we should note these are both preliminary. So those numbers may be subject to change.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will now move on to talking about our 2023 non-treaty fisheries review. I'm going to start off with talking about our recreational fisheries for both summer and fall. I'll be doing kind of a brief overview of these items. The summer fisheries detailed explanation can be found within our spring-summer joint state report on both Oregon and Washington's websites. And then for our fall fishery, all of this information is available on our 2023-2024 results and expectations document that is also available on both Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife websites. So starting off with summer. So we had a preseason plan for summer, but we're not able to operate the fishery according to the preseason plan. The summer Chinook run size was downgraded in season, resulting in lower than expected allocations available for our fisheries downstream of Priest Rapids Dam. And therefore we had to close that fishery effective July 1st. Ultimately, the run size ended up being downgraded by 35%. That's the summer season ended with approximately 2,000 adult Chinook kept over 36,000 angler trips. Then going into our fall recreational fisheries, all fall fisheries operated according to their preseason plan. And then we were able to add additional retention days in season due to additional herb availability and a remaining LRH balance. A lot of that due to the fact that we model kind of thinking about the possibility of thermal blocks or environmental conditions that could limit that population, and none of that happened. And so there was just a remaining LRH balance. When we're specifically talking about kind of the different areas, so from Highway 395 bridge downstream to Bonneville Dam, we were able to extend Chinook retention to December 31st. And the resulting angler trips in that region was the second highest that we've seen in the last 20 years. And so overall effort in that region has been increasing as we've kind of moved through time. And then talking about the recreational fisheries between WPI, so Puget Island and Warrior Rock, and then Warrior Rock or Bachelor Island all the way up to Bonneville Dam. Again, those fisheries were able to operate as planned. And then we were also able to add retention days to both of those fisheries. Ultimately, they both ended up being extended through December 31st. And the kept catch in CPUE for both of these regions was the highest that we've seen since 2015. And then moving down to our buoy 10 fishery. So our buoy 10 fishery was primarily mark selective, and then with some closure days involved in it from the preseason plan. This fishery did occur as planned through September 4th. And then we were able to add on some non-mark selective regulations from September 8th through December 31st. And our buoy 10 had the 11th highest catch rates that we've seen since the 1980s. And there were approximately 98,000 angler trips, which is higher than we've seen in the last 3 years, or a handful of years. And then for our commercial fisheries, just jumping into that, there's no summer Chinook main stem commercial fishery. And then our August early fall and our late fall fishery were able to operate according to their preseason plan, along with our hatchery coho T-net fishery also follow that preseason plan. So all of the actual numbers can be found within this document that you have in front of you, or again, in any of those other documents that we have online.
All right, thank you. With that, we're going to shift over to current year 2024 and give just kind of a broad overview of the forecast we have to work with, conservation objectives, and policy guidance, kind of the rule sets that we have to work within as we're planning these fisheries this year. So this will be starting on page 6 in the packet here, just to orient folks to where we are. So as I think probably most people know, there are several different, conservation objectives and guidance outlines and rules and everything else that we have to follow here. One of the most important would be Endangered Species Act, both state and federal listings of several stocks and species that are encountered in the fisheries here we're talking about today, specifically sockeye, steelhead, Chinook, coho, and chum. And related to this, NOAA Fisheries puts out a guidance letter annually to the Pacific Fishery Management Council to kind of set some of the NOAA's expectations around ESA compliance for fisheries planning. Yeah, I won't go into the details of that, but Tony Siniscoe with NOAA Fisheries is here today. Is there anything you want to expand on, Tony, relative to the guidance letter?
Thanks, Jeff. For those I haven't seen in a while, or for those who don't know me, Tony Siniscoe, NOAA Fisheries. You may have met with or worked with Jeremy Jordan over the years. I'll be taking over some of his responsibilities, at least for the time being. Maybe for the long term, we'll see. But I appreciate staff printing this out, the NOAA guidance letter. For this may be a review, but for those who aren't familiar, this is sort of your cheat sheet on all of the details that are important for managing ocean salmon fisheries and where there's an interaction with freshwater fisheries, but management under the Pacific Salmon Treaty between the United States and Canada. And then there's also all of our biological opinions where we have incidental take statements and limits on endangered species or threatened species. So you can go through this packet species by species. I think for relevance here, on page 11, you'll see the Lower Columbia River Chinook Salmon Evolutionary Significant Unit, ESU. We use a lot of acronyms, I think, as everybody knows. There's several components to this, but one of which is what you would know as the Thule Fall Chinook. Those are our LRH stock, Lower River Hatchery. There is a wild component associated with that. I guess maybe good news for some folks here is that this year, because of the forecast at 85,500, that puts us in the highest tier. On the page before that, so page 12, you'll see a table that has basically exploitation limits that are based on run sizes, and you can walk through with your preseason forecast and figure out what exploitation rate you would be at. So this year, because the run forecast is at 85.5, then that puts us at an exploitation rate of 41% limit, and that's for all ocean and freshwater fisheries combined. I think you might mention the new tier table later, so I can jump back up and talk about it then, or I could go over it now if you like.
Oh, why don't you hit it right now since you're on the topic?
Sure.
Thanks.
So this table, if folks were watching, was revised over the last 3 years. We finalized that at our last meeting in March, but essentially there was a risk assessment for Lower Columbia River hatchery. Well, actually, it was for the entire evolutionary significant unit back in, I think it's 2010 or 2011. But since then, we've been operating under this tiered system specifically for Lower River hatchery fall Chinook. One of the premises of that is we looked at natural origin fish and the information that we had on that, and then we looked at hatchery origin fish. Because we had limited information on natural origin fish, we used hatchery as a surrogate, LRH, which does include natural origin fish. But we use that as a surrogate to assess and limit the impacts on wild fish for that component of the ESU. One of the things that we took into consideration that was the level of hatchery fish that are being released from all those fish and those hatcheries in the Lower River that released Lower River hatchery fall Chinook. If that total number goes down over time, then we would need to take a look at the management tiers for these exploitation limits, and we would have to lower those commensurate with how many fish are released. At the same token, if we were to increase them by a large amount, then we would need to take another look at that. So the whole premise is that there's a relationship between wild fish and natural origin fish, and we know how many hatchery fish are being, wild fish and hatchery origin fish. We know how many hatchery fish are being released, right? There was a reduction, I think it was about 20%, due to some cuts from our Mitchell Act program. Mitchell Act is federally funded hatcheries under the National Marine Fisheries Service. I think it was a cut of about 20%. So the tiers were lowered by 20%. We have a write-up that was provided as part of the Pacific Fishery Management Council briefing book. If folks want more information, or you can contact me and I can provide that info. But essentially, because there's fewer hatchery fish released, then we took the total abundance tier that is based on in the ocean and lowered those tiers by the similar amount to the release reduction. That skipping to page 17. This is for Coho. This is our Lower Columbia River Coho ESU. There is another table here. This one's more of a multi-level matrix. So essentially what we look at is the parental escapement going back for what would have been seeding the return now. So parental escapement in 2021. And then we also look at the marine survival index of the fish that are going out during that year. For the parental escapement, we were in the normal category. So that gets you to that first row going across the page. And then for marine survival index, we were at the high. The marine survival index varies from very low to very high. Last several years, we've been somewhere between the medium and very high level. But this year, it's a high marine survival index. So that equates to a 23% marine survival. I'm sorry, a 23% exploitation rate, and that's for all ocean and freshwater fisheries. And if you have, yeah.
Is that going to help the ocean? Is that going to help like what we did last year, the prime non-mark select fishery? Yes, again, is that going to help overall?
Oh, I think the question was, is this being at the 23%, is that going to help the non-mark select fishery in the ocean? So that is something that would shake out of the North of Falcon process, this process here, and the Pacific Fishery Management Council process. You know, you can look at these are total exploitation rates. They're limits on so we can assess the impacts on natural origin fish. So how those are utilized is sort of up to the decisions between council and state.
We're going to leave that to the council process. We're going to focus on the Columbia River here today.
Thanks, Tucker. He knows I would have stood here and talked all day. Somebody gave me a microphone. If there's any other questions on the actual exploitation rate limits or the guidance letter.
So hold on, time out.
Yeah.
We are saving our public comments for the end of this front end section, and Tony is available to answer if he needs to come back. So
I did. It's my fault.
yeah.
They should have warned me.
Yeah. So anyways, reserve it for, yes, we will come back to questions.
Tony's got business cards. You guys are welcome to call him whenever you want after this meeting.
I will be around. So later when the
Yes.
questions come up,
We'll have an
feel
opportunity.
free to chat. Thank you.
Sorry about that, everyone, but we're good. Thank you, Tony, for that thorough walkthrough. Appreciate that.
All right. Thank you, Tony. Appreciate that information. Okay, so moving along in our main packet here, back to page 6. Just mention, I think most people again are aware of this, but the Fish and Wildlife Commissions for the states of Oregon and Washington set policy and direction for us on various fronts when it comes to management of fisheries. So we've got operating guidance from both commissions that we have to adhere to. That's what fills out the rest of page 6 here in the packet. Won't go through all of this in minute detail, but we'll hit some of the highlights. So starting off with summer Chinook. As we have discussed around our spring fisheries, the allocations for sharing between recreational and commercial fishery sectors the guidance surrounding the ESA allocations is not consistent. Therefore, we will be modeling fisheries given allocations of 70% of of the harvestable surplus to recreational fisheries and 20% for commercial fisheries, and there'll be 10% remaining unallocated. And this is specific to the fisheries downstream of Priest Rapids Dam during the summer timeframe. And additionally, policy guidance regarding the available commercial gears is not concurrent. Therefore, we don't expect any commercial fisheries to occur in the main stem during the summer season once again this year, due to, like I said, inconsistent guidance on the use of gill nets and the fact that alternative gears are not readily available to their commercial fleet at this time. So hitting up on sockeye here, again, starting to sound like a broken record, but I will end that soon, I promise. Guidance regarding the allocation of ESA impacts on sockeye is also not concurrent. Therefore, we'll be modeling out with those same allocations as I just spoke to for summer Chinook, 70% to recreational fisheries, 20% for commercial fisheries for incidental harvest, and 10% staying unallocated there. And then finally, for fall Chinook, we do have some concurrency on guidance from the commissions here, so that's helpful. As we've been operating for a while now, that guidance is to allocate no more than 70% of the allowable ESA impacts on the most constraining fall Chinook stock to recreational fisheries and no less than 30% to commercial fisheries. Policy guidance from both states does allow for the use of gill nets in the main stem in zones 4-5. Additionally, Oregon rule has a limit on the amount of the non-treaty allocation that should go towards use of alternative commercial gears for use in the lower river. That's 2 percentage points, and that is considered part of the commercial share. And Oregon rule also has some season objectives for recreational fisheries downstream of Bonneville Dam. Washington policy does not provide the same sort of guidance. However, and the Oregon rule specific, you don't need to go through the details of it, but generally speaking, well, maybe I will. Buoy 10 Chinook retention through Labor Day. In the Tongue Point to Warrior Rock area, there's a season objective of August 1 through September 7th, I believe, with non-mark selective Chinook retention regulations. And then moving to a week of mark selective from the 8th through the 14th. And then the season objective for the area from Warrior Rock to Bonneville Dam is for Chinook retention open August 1 through the end of October. And the commission is silent on fisheries upstream of Bonneville Dam. And the intent there was to reach those season objectives. And the rule says if those are expected to be met, then additional commercial opportunity will be provided. And even more specific, any remaining ESA impacts to SRWs would be allocated to the commercial fishery. Spoiler alert, we don't expect those objectives to be met this year. I think we say this at some point in here, but I'll just mention that now. And haven't been for a number of years here. So moving to the top of page 7 for coho, the commission's specify prioritization of use of coho ESA impacts in river fisheries. There's some subtle differences between the two states, but they're generally aligned. The first priority goes for use in select area commercial fisheries, followed by main stem commercial Chinook directed fisheries. And then Oregon specifies the next priority fishery would be the commercial fisheries targeting hatchery coho. That would be our, at this point in time, our tangle net fishery in zones 1-3. And then followed by recreational fisheries, and then finally any coho directed main stem commercial fisheries, not necessarily hatchery only there. So it's not an allocation of ESA impacts. It's a prioritization, which is different from some of the other species I've already talked about. And then I think I mentioned this briefly, but the states do expect that in this year, there will be a limited alternative gear commercial fishery utilizing up to 3 pound nets and 3 seines, combination of beach and purse seines. We do expect that will occur this year as part of a multi-year evaluation that's being conducted via WDFW's emerging commercial fishery process, which is the process they go through to evaluate the gears and be able to provide information in a report to their legislature, which will then make the decision on whether or not to authorize these gears for commercial use in the future. So we've got an ongoing multi-year evaluation that we're expecting to really kick off this year with on-the-ground fisheries. And as I mentioned, the impacts set aside for that work do come out of the commercial share. And then, so jumping back to summer season, just need to mention the fact that the state of Washington has an agreement with the Colville tribe that covers fisheries in the upper Columbia River Basin, specific to Upper Columbia summer Chinook and sockeye. There's some sharing agreements and harvest strategies associated with that. So, and then we'll move into the abundance expectations and some specific detail on how we'll be allocating out these fisheries and what some of the available rates are. So for summer Chinook, the current pre-PFMC forecast is 53,000. What we mean by that is that number will change once ocean fisheries are modeled and there's a different output for Columbia River mouth return expectation, but it'll be fairly similar to that value. And just need to note that catches in ocean non-treaty fisheries are considered part of the non-treaty allocation that's identified in the USV Oregon Management Agreement. Did I skip that? I think I did. I skipped the USV Oregon Management Agreement at the top here. Don't want to do that. Very important when it comes to management of our fisheries. That's the management agreement that's part of the USV Oregon court case that sets out sharing agreements with the treaty tribes and harvest rate limits, et cetera, et cetera. So again, as part of that accounting framework set up by USV Oregon, those catches in the ocean non-treaty fisheries are considered part of that allocation. So those come off the top as to determine what's available for in-river allocations. And I already mentioned non-concurrent policy guidance on allocation of the harvestable surplus. So we're expecting 70% going to recreational, 20% to commercial, and 10% unallocated for the non-treaty fisheries downstream of Priest-Rapids Dam. And typically, the USV Oregon Technical Advisory Committee, that's the group that monitors abundance of upriver origin stocks in season and is able to provide some updates occasionally. Typically, they will provide an update on the Upper Columbia Summer Chinook run around the 1st of July or so. And for sockeye, the forecast is about 402,000, which is a decent return. It's a good sized return this year, about 20% higher than the 10-year average. Additionally, it's expected that the Wenatchee escapement goal is forecasted to be met. So no interference, I guess, with fisheries downstream of there, or no need to hold back to make sure that escapement goal is met. We expect it to be met given the forecast. And the allowable ESA impact rate on Snake River sockeye, that's an endangered fish, there is 1% for non-treaty fisheries. So that would, for use downstream of the Highway 395 bridge in Pasco, so downstream of the mouth of the Snake, essentially. And that translates to just over 4,000 fish available for non-treaty fisheries this year, given the forecast. For upriver summer steelhead, again, a very low forecast, only about 126,000 upriver origin summer steelhead. That includes the Scomadia A index and B index management stocks. That forecast will be comprised of just under 90,000 A index stocks and about 32,000 B index. The wild components are shown here on the packet as well. And the allowable ESA impact rate for each of these stocks separately is 2% on the wild components during fall season non-treaty fisheries. And as I said, this is another very poor return expected this year. So fishery restrictions that have been in place since about 2017 are expected to be in place again this year, and very similar to what we've implemented the last several years. Right at the bottom of the page there, we move on to the lower river Tule Falls Chinook LCR stock. The preliminary forecast here for the LRH component, as Tony described, is 85,500, which results in exploitation rate limit for ocean and in-river fisheries combined of 41%. On top of page 8, there's a little information on the adjustment to the harvest rate schedule that Tony spoke to, with those abundance tiers being adjusted to account for changes in hatchery production. And we do have a reference here if folks are interested to go read the full report from NIMS that was included in the PFMC materials for the March 24 meeting, and it's agenda item C1A. So folks will be able to find that online on the PFMC site. And let's see, yeah, so next up for this year's fisheries, we have to figure out which is the most constraining fall Chinook stock to be able to start modeling. And for those purposes, it's LRH again this year, although things change in season as well. So URBs, upriver brights, and Snake River wilds are close behind and will become constraining at some point, likely during the season. But initially, LRH is the most constraining stock, and that's what the assumption we made as we started our modeling here. And so then moving on to the Snake River wilds and upriver brights, the preliminary forecast is for about 258,000 URBs and 9,300 Snake River wilds, which allows for a non-treaty in-river harvest rate of 15% for our fisheries. Then we've got a table here in the middle of the page that shows the February forecast from 23, the actual returns, and then the 24 February forecasts. Again, these are all preliminary and will change some as ocean fishery modeling progresses. And I won't go through this in detail, but you can see the forecast for this year is very similar to the forecast for last year. Actual returns last year came in a bit higher, specifically around the BPH component and the upriver bright component. And pubs too as well, came in a fair bit higher than forecast. So then I'll wrap up here, I think, with Columbia River coho. The ocean abundance forecast, so this would be pre-fisheries, is about 400,000 adults, made up of about 227,000 early stock and 174,000 late stock fish. And just to note that the forecasting methodology was changed this year. There was a revision to the methodology that was used, ran through the whole process through PFMC and was approved for use this year. So the hope is that this will be a more realistic forecast and capture kind of current, near-term expectations better than the older methodology did. And so based on that forecast, I think Tony already mentioned this, but the total allowable exploitation rate for ocean and in-river fisheries combined is 23%. And this is somewhat new this year. We haven't seen this in a while, but this stock is the most constraining stock, kind of floated to the top during modeling during March Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting. So just be aware that our lower river coho stock are being pushed to the limits a little more than they have been in the past in fisheries planning here. So, and then one other requirement, this is part of the USV Oregon Management Agreement to that half of the ocean abundance of upriver origin coho must be allowed to return to Bonneville Dam so they can be accessible for harvest in treaty fisheries upstream of Bonneville. With that, I'll pass over to Ryan to take the next section.
Thank you, Jeff. So we're moving along. We're on schedule. I think a little ahead of schedule, so that's good. Great space for some conversation later. So we're going to get into the modeling assumptions for this year for 2024. But to kick that off, look to Kyle Addix to provide North of Falcon ocean alternatives, just to kind of share that information. And then I'll take it from there.
Thanks, Ryan. Good morning, everybody. Again, I'm Kyle Addix, Intergovernmental Salmon Manager for the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. One of my job duties is to sit as the designee to the council for our director for the Pacific Fishery Management Council on salmon issues. The council met a couple of weeks ago in my new least favorite meeting destination, Fresno, California. As usual, out of that March meeting came 3 alternatives for ocean salmon fisheries from the U.S.-Canada border all the way through Washington, Oregon, and California. I'm just going to speak to the portion north of Cape Falcon, Oregon this morning. The council comes out with a range of quotas as well as a set of fisheries that matches those quotas from these meetings. For some perspective, I'll start with Chinook. Last year's North of Falcon Chinook quota was 78,000. We've heard about the higher allowable tule exploitation rate this year, up to 41% from 38%. We have concerns, as usual, with Puget Sound stocks, which are ESA listed and constrain all of our fisheries through the Strait of Juan de Fuca and Puget Sound. We also have at least one coastal Chinook stock, which, while those aren't really caught in Southern Ocean fisheries, it's just above escapement goal this year. So keeping in mind those concerns, the ocean quotas for Chinook this year actually frame last year's actual quota. So the high option is 85,000 Chinook. The middle option is 78,000 Chinook, the same as last year. The low option is 72,000 Chinook. Moving to coho, as you heard, we have a new OPIH forecast method this year, and that forecast is well down from last year. So last year's North of Falcon coho quota was 190,000, and the range this year is 105,000 in the high option, 95,000 in the middle option, and 80,000 in the low option. So the middle option is half of what the actual quota was last year. One of the handouts was the North of Falcon alternatives. These will be part of a bigger document, the council's pre-season 2 document that should hit the council website within the next day or so, which has the fisheries all the way down through California, as well as all the analysis that went on at the March council meeting for the impacts on these alternatives. I won't say much about the seasons here for the troll fishery on the first 3 pages. It's a range of fisheries that sort of step down through the options with highest landing and possession limits for fishers and the high option stepping down to lower levels in the low option. There are also different splits between the May, June, and the July, September fisheries as you move through those. As you move to alternative 3, it moves to a 5-day-a-week season. And there's also an earlier closing date of September 22nd in that option, as opposed to the September 30th traditional closing date. And that closing date for the troll and wreck fisheries has been a subject of discussion with the co-managers from the first days of North of Falcon this year, trying to make sure we're not fishing later into September and having higher impacts on some of our coastal wild stocks. Moving down to the recreational options, they go from north to south, starting with Nia Bay. I won't go through all the details either. Just in general, the high option has earlier starting dates for each of the areas. The starting date moves back a little as you step to alternative 2 or 3. And again, September 22nd closing date in alternative 3 for all of those. For Westport in alternative 2, there is a notion of retention on Fridays or Saturdays during July. Westport always struggles with not getting out ahead of its Chinook guideline early in the season, so that's in the options to consider slowing down Chinook catch early on. The council website has its comment portal open. If you're interested, you can stop by and I'll steer you to the right place. But the council will take up the alternatives and agenda item E2 at that meeting. And if you go to their website and navigate to the public comments, that'd be the appropriate place to put in comments on the alternatives. There'll also be a hearing in Westport next Monday night on the North of Falcon alternative. So people are welcome to show up there at Chateau Westport and offer comments in person. There are no non-selective coho fisheries for non-treaty and any of these options. The past couple of seasons, we have converted the fisheries or portions of the fisheries North of Falcon to non-selective. I've told people through the process this year that is extremely unlikely to happen this year. Combination of a much lower forecast, much smaller quotas, as well as some work that needs to go on with the tribal co-managers and the salmon technical team to make sure everybody understands and is comfortable with the methods for converting quotas from mark selective to non-selective, as well as considering whether there's anything else, any other in-season information we should be considering before making that kind of change. So I've just been clear with people that's extremely unlikely to happen this summer for North of Falcon ocean fisheries. I think that's all I had. I know John's online, but didn't want to talk about South of Falcon. Don't know if he wants to mention anything from the South of Falcon alternatives.
Thank you, Kyle. I guess just want to check in, as Kyle asked, John North, is there anything you would like to add regarding South of Falcon or Oregon coastal fisheries?
Thanks, Ryan. I'm not as prepared as Kyle was, but South of Falcon, we do have those constraints on Chinook related to Sacramento and Klamath. Those runs are still projected to be a little better than last year, but still constraining and still low. We have recreational seasons that range in the three options from about 40,000 to 50,000 marked coho, and then for a non-marked selective fishery, total allowable catches ranging from 25 to 30 in the three options. Recreational Chinook, in the best option alternative one, we're looking at basically a full season. Option 3 is closed in August, and Troll is not looking too good. They just have a bigger burn of the Sacramento and Klamath, so it was harder to fit in, but their range of seasons there on the low end would be something similar to last year, which was very extremely limited. And then in the highest option, there is some periodic opportunity through the spring and summer, but I guess that's about all I got.
Thank you, John. Appreciate that. So I'm going to keep us moving forward. Moving into the packet back on the page 9, starting under the Columbia River non-treaty fisheries header for this year's modeling assumptions and considerations. So as Jeff mentioned, there's the Upriver Bright and Snake River Wild preseason forecasts are sufficient for a 15% harvest rate for non-treaty fisheries. We just have to be mindful that this can and has become a limited stock in season. And so the key number to keep in mind is if the Upriver Bright run size is modified in season to below 200,000, the harvest rate drops from 15% non-treaty down to 8.25% non-treaty harvest rate. So it's a pretty significant drop. So we have to balance the time and area use of Upriver Bright and Snake River Wild mortalities in our fisheries. Under the Lower River hatchery exploitation rate, Jeff also mentioned, and Tony did as well, the limit this year is 41% total share between river and ocean. This does include northern fisheries as well. The northern fishery abundance and fishery harvest estimates in our big working FRAM models for the council process, isn't complete yet. We expect to have that stuff in there as we go into the April council meeting. So typically we get those numbers in there in late March. So that's coming up relatively soon, but we don't have that for consideration today. So be mindful that things change. And so we'll have to react accordingly. And then in-river fisheries, I guess I just mentioned that may have to be modified if we run into some limit issues. Moving into the model runs that came out of the March Council a few weeks ago, there are 3 alternatives. Results below are showing the non-treaty summer Chinook allocations, showing the split between what the ocean's model estimates are and what remains for the river. Then there's also the Lower River hatchery in-river exploitation rates, as well as the total exploitation rate. And we did plug in a expectation for modeling use for the river, for Lower River hatcheries. So that is modified, that is different than you would have seen last year. Just put it at this time of year. Just want to make that note. It was updated for the council process. And then the Lower Columbia Natural Coho, that has the total exploitation rate as well as the in-river portion, but be mindful of the only number that was revised from an expectation was really the buoy 10 landed mark catch number. The rest of the river hasn't been modified and we still have work to do on that front, but it shouldn't be significantly different likely, but we'll come back to that later. So under alternative 1, which is the high ocean alternative, we have basically 5,828 ocean catch of summer Chinook and 7,824 in river summer Chinook allocation. Lower River hatchery, that puts it the total exploitation rate at 40.6%, so just under the 41% limit. The 10.5% exploitation rate limit or exploitation rate in there is for the river. And then under the natural coho, LCN coho, it's 22.3, and just recall the limit is 23.0%. So we're under, and then the river portion at this time is 5.2% exploitation rate. Not going to walk through all the other alternatives, but they're there, but just want to show that we have a static harvest rate for the Lower River hatchery number in the model. So as ocean fisheries catch more fish, fewer return to the river, and so the exploitation rate would be lower in the river. If the ocean catches less, the river catches a few more. So that's why you see a difference between alternatives 1, 2, and 3. So the spread between those 3 alternatives for the river for Lower River hatchery tulies is 10.5% in the high alternative and 10.8% in the lowest alternative. And that kind of plays into account with coho too. It works the same way. And then from a summer Chinook allocation, it changes also when you subtract out the ocean catch, the spread between the 3 alternatives is 7,824 fish to 10,339 fish for allocation for the river. Moving on to the bottom of page 9, next in river modeling steps for this year. We have to be mindful of our commission allocation. So we have 70% rec, 20% commercial, and 10% unallocated, given there's non-concurrence there. For summer Chinook for below Priest Rapids Dam. Fall Chinook, it's solving to the most constraining stock, which is the Lower River Tule, as mentioned before. And that's no more than 70% for rec and no less than 30% for, or up to and no less than 30% for commercial. Already mentioned it, but we have to be mindful of that river brights, given where we're at and how much usage we have in models. And then coho modeling, as I mentioned, isn't complete yet. It's ongoing, but shouldn't be that far off of what we probably have in the models. But we do have to incorporate the addition of the limited commercial alternative gear fishery too. So on page 10, almost done here, I promise. We have discussed with the commercial advisory group some input. We're modeling off of that and within our policy guidance, and the expectation is to have for this year's fishery plan is similar to last year's preseason plan. The one obviously caveat is the additional limited alternative gear fishery that we have to incorporate too. And then we do want to discuss the recreational fishery concepts at the next portion of this meeting, but we do need to meet our conservation objectives and policy guidance. And the intent is to provide, consistent, meaningful fishing opportunities. Do want to emphasize that we are continuing, as like last year, to reduce the in-season closure risk approach. So trying to provide predictable fisheries. As Jeff mentioned, the recreational Chinook fishery season objectives under the Oregon rule are not expected to be achieved this year. We modeled a variety of scenarios within the Lower River hatchery exploitation rate ER while taking account the herb usage in time. So we're just trying to be mindful of where, you know, kind of go opposite past years' usage and try to provide meaningful opportunity in the different recreational fishing areas. And then we have to, as you're all aware, different later in the run becomes a little more bright focused fishery. Lower River is more Thule focused. So there's mindful of the time, area, usage of impacts. I guess that's the bottom line. It's not all linear between the stocks for each fishery by day in the season. So that adds a lot of complexity to what we do here and what we're trying to provide. And then as the USV Oregon Technical Advisory Committee does review upriver destined stocks in season, the passage and counts and harvest, we expect to get some run size updates. And if those provide upgrades or our usage of fisheries are below expectations, we may have more opportunities later on, but that is an in-season call. We are planning to reserve Chinook mortalities to cover coho-directed fisheries, so want to make sure you're aware of that when we walk through the concepts in the next section. We are setting aside impacts to provide that limited commercial alternative gear fishery. And steelhead modeling is not complete, but we expect our rec and commercial fisheries are expected to be well within our limit of 2% for the wild A and wild B index stocks. So that's all we have on the front end. We have definitely plenty of time for any comments, clarifications if that's helpful. We are wanting to stick to what was discussed in our presentations here. Not focusing on what's coming up in the packet still. That's for the next time slot. But I do want to make sure we have a little bit of a break before we start up the recreational discussion. So we'll see how long questions and comments and discussion goes on. But at the very latest, I want us running no longer than 11:45. So we have a 15-minute break before start the rec discussion at noon. If we get done early, we can shift everything forward. So again, ground rules, I'm not going to walk through them all, but be mindful of how often you comment or get on the speaking list. We want to make sure we hear from everyone who wants to. I will alternate between online and in person, and be professional, respectful, all the common expectations that we've already described. If I have to, I will stop you cold and we'll move on. That being said, identify yourself because not everyone knows everyone. And I think lastly, just trying to see, don't expect back and forth dialogue with staff. We want to kind of get through several people, and then we may circle back on some common themes or things we want to address. Anything else, Jeff?
Nope, that sounds good, Ryan.
All right, so now is the time where you can raise your hand online or in the room, and we'll try to bounce around our best we can, but we will bring the mic to you in person. So, okay. I'm gonna go have an online list and in person, and then we'll kind of bounce around. Steve Fick, I have online. In the room, that's Steve Watchers. All right, we'll kind of just, and then David Sass. Okay.
Jim. Larry.
Jim. Who is it after Jim? Larry Phillips. So bear with me, just kind of creating a little speaking list, and we can come back and add to the list too. Sure. Okay, Bryce Devine online. So again, it's I think it's *5. You on phone, you can raise your hand, or you can hit the raise your hand function. If that somehow is not working, come off mute and state your name. We'll get you the list. Anyone else before we start going? Okay, Robert
And Bill.
Bill. Okay. All right. We will start. Who's that? Yeah, yeah. So we'll start in person, then I'll go virtual, and we'll go back and forth until we keep going. I see Bob Reese as well. So, Steve, you are up first.
Steve Watrous, Vancouver Wildlife League, and one of the Columbia River advisors. Quick question for Kyle. Does the model indicate that any of the three options meet all of the guidance in the NOAA letter? Any one of the three? Since it directly affects what we have to work with inside.
There's a lot in the guidance letter that we didn't necessarily talk about. Puget Sound's its whole thing. There are a bunch of stocks in Puget Sound that aren't meeting guidance. There are things that aren't in the guidance letter. They're coastal coho stocks that we have to make sure to meet PST and co-manager objectives for. For Columbia River stocks, the initial model runs, and we still don't have the Canadian pieces, which can change things. But and I don't have the preseason 2 document with everything in front of me, but I believe it was meeting Thule's and all three alternatives, and LCN's, I believe it was meeting in all three alternatives. So it's not meeting everything, no, but it's meeting some of the key Columbia River stocks. And if I'm missing something, somebody else speak up.
Is that anything else, Steve? Is that good? Okay. Got Steve. So I'll go online. Steve Fick. You were off mute. Now you're on mute. Try it one more time.
How's that?
Much better.
You hear me?
Yes. Yes, go ahead. Oh, you're on mute now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you are good.
Okay. I need some, I was listening to the presentation. I need some clarification because some of the allowable management practices can't be executed because the states don't agree. And one of them, I'm confused at why you haven't kind of not allowed it also is because you mentioned, Washington doesn't allow guides below Longview Bridge. Oregon does, but you still allow them in the lower river for summer and fall fisheries. So if you don't allow gill nets for fall or zones 1 through 5 for harvest opportunities in the commercial fisheries, how can we be inconsistent with our policies with the guide management plans between the states? The second thing I had noticed here, we got a relatively healthy sockeye run, and does not ever seem to be any management considerations for different tiers of harvest rates based on the health of the run, which every other run in Columbia River has it. So I'd like some clarification on those two. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Might walk through a few more questions before we comment before we circle back. I just don't want to do a back and forth with everyone. So we're going to collect some thoughts and respond as we hear them.
I understand. Thank you.
So thank you, Steve. Next up, I think it's David Sass.
I'm Dave Sass, an advisor. I just have a simple question, or maybe not so simple. How many ESA listed stocks remain in the Columbia for steelhead and both salmonoids, all salmonoids, I guess? Thank you.
13.
13. All right, next up, going back online, Bryce Devine.
Hello, Ryan. Can you hear me?
Have you?
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I have a couple of questions in regard to summer Chinook. Do the treaty tribes have a take of summer Chinook, and why, if they do, why isn't it listed? And then the sports season above Priest Rapids Dam was open from the 7th of, or for set from July 1st until October 15th. And they harvested 140% of their allocation. I just kind of wondered why that was allowed to go on until October. I'm sure, because I'm sure that the run had been updated by then. And then I had some comments on our situation between the states of non-concurrency. In my fishery, I'm a gillnet fisherman. We've been unable to harvest our allocation in most of the last few years, and that's a lot of it's because of that lack of concurrency between the states. And we're concerned this fall about the upriver brights and the sport harvests, because they can, if they over harvest by a little bit, they can preclude us from achieving our allocation. And so I just would hope that you would keep that in mind when you're setting your sports season. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks. Bryce, could you, missed it, what was the fishery you were describing, the second topic?
Is the above Priest Rapids sport fish?
Okay, so, yep, got it. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna keep moving forward a little bit, then we'll be circling back. Right, I think next we had Jim. Yeah.
Thank you for the hustle. I had a question for Hannah, I believe it was. In the packet that came out, it showed 79,000 as the number of angler trips at Buoy 10 last year. And then she said 98,000.
Yeah, that was 98,000 for the total river. I misspoke.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's 98,000 angler trips for the total river, which is higher than we've seen in the last like 5 years.
And the other question I have about that is how we're counting these trips, because I have the document here from the city of Warrenton Hammond Marinas. I was at their meeting Monday. My wife's on the board of that. Launch ramp, parking, and overnight stay, they did not hit their projections on any of those, and they have budget issues. So it's concerning to us that somehow the marinas and the businesses around there, nobody thinks that we saw some record attendance or effort at Buoy 10. But we're being told from ODFW that indeed happened. We were told on like August 12th last year that the first 10 days saw increased catch and effort over 2022. And nobody that was down there believes that participated in it. And I've got the numbers here. The bank accounts don't have the money in it. If those people showed, there must have been record effort out of Ilwaco and Chinook. So we're just kind of something we're looking at. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. We have your question listed and we'll see what we circle back on. I think I was talking to Jeff, our plan is to walk through our speaking list, then we'll kind of walk through some of the things we want to respond to, and then we'll get more names. So I think that's how we'll take this on. So I think back online, Bob Reese. Bob Reese, you're up. If you can come off mute. There you go. Nope, you're on mute now. Go ahead, Bob.
How about now? You hear me?
You have you. Yes.
So the link in the agenda didn't work for me, Ryan. So I apologize. I'm not exactly sure what we're throwing darts at here. I was under the impression that you were taking testimony or comment as to what concepts are amenable for the sport fleet here. Am I wrong about that? Because everybody's just been asking questions.
Yeah, Bob. So sorry you had the challenge coming online. The first part of our packet was a last year review and kind of this year's outlook, harvest control limits, policy guidance. We're saving the specific 2024 recreational discussion for the next piece, the concepts that you're referring to. So yeah, focused on last year's / this year's limits to work with.
Okay, well, I will just yield my time and if there's something else that comes up, I'll raise my hand again. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. I think Larry, you're up next.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Good morning, everybody. Larry Phillips, American Sport Fishing Association. So a broken record here. Appreciate all the hard work involved in the process, and specifically the detail in which we've laid out past years and what we were looking at for this year. But obviously, one of the big issues that we're all thinking about now is this mark selective fishery approach, and you know how we implemented that over the last couple of years. But one of the things I think would be really helpful is some tables. Ryan, you alluded a little bit ago to different stock compositions as we move through time. And I think that would be helpful if we had some sort of table format of that. And also the mark rates through time, you know, assuming that, you know, some of the stocks show up earlier than others. And I think that would really help us inform, you know, how we develop opportunities. And I don't know how difficult that would be to come up with, but I think it would really help us as we navigate this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. I think Robert, you're up next. There you are.
All right, I finally got the mic. I'm not going to give it back, by the way. Just a little humor for you. Anyway, Robert Moxley. My question's for Kyle Addix. So on the coho exploitation, with the new matrix that we're using, and this being one of the largest jack counts on coho, we're in the high 23%. What's the number that we need to get to be at 30? The cutoff for 23 and 18. So like, you know, upriver brights, it's what, 200,000, we get into 15% exploitation, and over 200,000 is 15%. And under that's like 8 1/4 or something, right? You follow me?
I'm not actually tracking you when you were talking about coho and then you were talking about that river.
Well, I'm trying to use it as a reference. So as far as the exploitation on coho LCN, right? It's 23%, says high. Very high is 30%, right? And medium's 18. Usually you have to have a number to get to that. So what is that? I mean, where's the breaking point? Do you know?
Tony, are you, or at least can you, have a quick response or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Page 17, it was what I was trying to summarize, and I may not have done a great job, but it's not a total run that establishes the exploitation rate. You're looking at the marine survival of the juveniles that went out, and you're looking at the perennial escapement of the adults that are contributing to that brood that's coming back.
Okay.
So it's a little different than a lot of the other stocks that we deal with in the Columbia River.
Okay. Maybe we have more time to explain it. I'm just curious where we're going to be. And then as far as the LCNs being an issue, when can we update that and roll them to the river? Because if the ocean doesn't use them and we could use them maybe in the river, when does that happen? Is that a September thing? I mean, especially if you're not going to go non-select to use them up like we've done before. And 9 times out of 10, they don't use all the, you know, LRH or LCN impacts in the ocean, north of Falcon. So when can we roll those over? When is that?
Robert, well, I got the questions jotted. I'm gonna keep us moving, but we'll start addressing some of those. I see Heath's hand up, so I have you on my list now. Just want you to be recognize that. But next up, actually going back and forth, Heath, you would be next.
All right, great. Ryan, can you hear me?
Can, yes.
All right, great. Hey, thanks for the opportunity, especially for the opportunity to appear virtual. Appreciate it. Just one kind of process comment. I'm very used to the compact format where people kind of ask questions and then staff come back and answer them later. I feel like this is kind of like a hybrid between those right now. You have some people you're deciding to respond to their questions in the room, and then some not. So you might just want to kind of figure out which one you're going to do. Otherwise, it kind of looks like maybe you answer questions you want to, and then, you know, not others. So just kind of a comment there. My question probably is going to be for Washington staff going through the policy framework direction that you've been provided for fisheries this year. Did not see anything about the reserved impacts from the buyback. So I'm just curious if a decision was made by Director Susawind or staff in terms of what to do with those. In a related note, I listened to the presentation and heard that there are plans for an alternative gear fishery and that would come from the commercial allocation. So I'm curious if that is just from the commercial allocation itself or if it's from the reserved impacts associated with the buyback. And then just a comment as it relates to the buoy 10 fishery in particular, particularly with litigation being threatened to further reduce tule production. I really hope that the states will look at the buoy 10 recreational fishery really as a service fishery when it is mark select. If it is out there really removing hatchery tules to potentially help us with some of those issues related to spawners and PHOS and potential litigation. I'm just curious what kind of policy framework or direction has been provided on those. So look forward to hearing hopefully at least an answer on the first issue as it relates to the reserved impacts. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Heath. Got your points written down here. Gonna keep us moving forward. Bill Monroe Jr., I think you're next.
Thanks, staff. Bill Monroe. My actually question was for Hannah too. That number was a little off and you corrected it. You said that was a 5-year high on participation.
We'll come back to that.
We'll come back to that. That's really all I got for now. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. And then I think we had a gentleman up front. Yeah, right here in the gray sweatshirt.
Thank you. So I'm here. First of all, Ryan, you won't call me a gentleman after I tell you who I am. But anyway, you and I have had some words over there's letter writing. First of all, my name is Roger, and I'm not a guide. Have nothing to do commercially with the fishing industry on the Columbia, except that when I got out of the military in '62, I started fishing the Columbia actively all my life and still am. And what I've seen is a decline in the river where it was in the 60s and the early 70s, it was booming. And then it dropped off and it was almost extinct from fishing. And then I've seen it come back up again. And now I don't like, this is me, but I don't like percentages because I think they're just numbers that are punched on a keyboard that have no feelings. And I don't believe, and this is my feeling right now, that you people don't know what's really happening out there physically with the fish, with what they have to deal with, whether it's sea lions or whether it's a dams or whether it's a nets or whatever it is. And until I hear things from you, other than percentage this, percentage that, you're not scoring any points with me and a lot of sports fishermen, because that's all we talk about when we're fishing is what you guys do. You can't get along with Oregon, it doesn't appear to be. I mean, you're fighting back and forth with them. You're closing this, last year, I remember you closed this fisheries down on less than a 24-hour notice where people were booked, ready to go, and you just said, that's okay, we can shut it down. I mean, you don't have feelings when your numbers don't have feelings. And that's my main concern with this meeting now. And I'm going to bring up a point, and because I've hounded this to you, Ryan, why in the heck, I didn't use the word hell, do we open the commercial or the sports fishermen up and the 1st of March operating on a calendar that you have?
So Roger, that's a spring fishery. We're talking about summer, fall. That's a different process. Just want to let you know it's off the agenda.
With them moving into the summer fish then. I mean, I remember a couple of years back, you closed it for lower Columbia, below the dam, but you told me you opened it up for above the dam because to give those people a chance to catch the fish. That's just, and you opened and we had to delay 2 weeks Well, the people above the dam were fishing and the summer fish only is a 2 to 3 week run. Why are there, it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. And again, I'm a sportsman and we are disgusted with how it's going. They really are.
Thank you, Roger. And then saw one last hand, and then we're gonna kind of respond to some things we want to get back to. So Francis, you're up next. Francis, you're up online. There you go.
Okay, unmuted.
Correct.
I think it would be really helpful if we could see what the different options actually cost in terms of, I know the last speaker said he didn't like percentages, but you know, we are working in the realm of ESA, and we have this 41% LRH cap, ESA impacts. The document from PFMC talked about the buoy 10 fisheries, and under the three options costing, you know, anywhere from 10.5 to 10.8%. But can we see where those break out zone by zone, just to see, and through the options to see what a week or what several days of non-select in September actually cost compared to a day of non-select in August. And I know it's going to vary with the day, but I think one of the things I'd like to see is what the option costs, and what are we going to be burning in LRH impacts for maybe an extra day of non-select. I'm kind of looking at options 1 and 3.
So Francis, I hate to cut you off. I don't want to stop your thoughts there, but that will be for the recreational breakout. We're going to walk through concepts. Yeah.
Okay.
We heard your point.
Okay, thank you.
So I think we're going to just address a few things. Maybe I'll start, see if Shirley or
Make
Tucker
sure there aren't any more comments in the room.
Okay, well, okay.
Yes, you do, sir.
Yes, you do, sir.
Okay, I'm taking orders again this morning.
Yes, you are.
So I have interest in sport fishing and commercial.
Can you identify yourself, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, John Page.
Thank you.
And born and raised Vancouver, Washington, and lots of memories on the river. Maybe we're all in this together to strengthen this resource so everybody, all user groups have more access to the harvest. I guess that when I drove here today and I came down through the developments of Ridgefield, just Ridgefield alone, the explosion of human interaction and impacts is unprecedented for the Northwest. I've never seen this wave of growth now and what's coming in the future. And so I guess it's just a general question is we're talking about fish stocks, yet we know they're all impacted by the human interaction on this environment. And I can see different highway projects of the state. We're putting in culverts to re-access spawning grounds for the salmon. But just the amount of growth, I mean, how does the department even consider that human growth, the non-harvesters, but the growth and the impacts on the survival rates? I'm not even talking about predation and all those other things, just the human growth in our watersheds.
No, good question. And I'm gonna appreciate that. As Tucker indicated, I think it makes sense to get the last call. I wanted to check, because we just did a check in the room, last call online before we kind of circle back on what we've heard.
Yeah, Ryan, you get me?
Yes, could you identify yourself?
Yeah, it's Ken Workla, commercial advisor.
All right, go ahead, Ken. Actually, Ken, sorry, Ken, one last time, 1 second. Anyone else online? Last call. Okay, Ken, you're last up.
Okay. Yeah, I keep asking this question on the summer Chinook. The commercials have a 20%
share, but we have no access to it. We have alternative gear now, but we won't use it. I don't know if it's just because Oregon doesn't like it or what our reasoning is for not even attempting to use it on the summer run. And it just makes no sense. We have quotas, we have impacts, and we won't even try to access that fish. Plus, there's blueback or sockeye that are available also in that time frame. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ken. So Jeff and I are reviewing some things we saw or heard from, sorry. I guess maybe just to clarify a couple points. Upriver stock, the only run size updates we have the ability to modify in season are upriver origin fish. So those that pass Bonneville Dam, the LC and coho largely return to waters downstream. So there's no coho run size update, or for like the lower river hatchery tule, those are held to the preseason forecast as well. So just wanted to clarify that one question.
Another easy one. I think there was the clarification on the angler trips that came up. I'll start, and if Hannah's got some more to add, but the 97,000, that was specific to the recreational fishery from West Puget to Bonneville. I believe you said that was the seventh.
It is the highest.
The highest since 2017.
Yes, it's actually
Okay.
2017, but
Okay.
2019 is what I had.
Yeah, so that's right. Buoy 10 was the basically 80,000 angler trip number shown there on page 4. So between the two, about 180,000 trips from Buoy 10 to Bonneville. So hope that clarified a little bit.
The second combined angler effort for Buoy 10 with the main stem, we're at the second highest in the last 5 years. Second highest in the last 5 years. So going back to 2019.
Yeah, Jim Fowler, you had the question on how angler trips are estimated. I wasn't sure if that was just for Buoy 10 or the river writ large, but I can touch on both, I suppose. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so on the Oregon side, we've got video cameras set up at the major launch, ramps and marinas there that are used to then, reviewed, person watches it and counts the number of boats in and out. So that gives us there's usually a 1 day lag or so. So we'll do an interim trailer count, kind of like the older style. Before we had the video technology in place, we used to do peak counts, trailer counts, slip counts, that sort of thing. So we still do that to get a preliminary estimate, and then that'll be verified and updated based on the video review that occurs. And then it's to split out between ocean and in-river effort, because everyone's leaving from the same place, as you know. We use angler interview data to parse those out, and that's been going on since I started 29 years ago at least. So that piece of the process is the same. What's relatively new within the last half decade or so is the video-based counts coming from the Oregon shore. And I'm not as familiar with Washington's process. I believe it's not video-based, but it's the like slip counts and boat trailer counts, that sort of piece. And I think, and to follow up, I don't think anyone from ODFW would have said that we saw record effort at Buoy 10 last year. I'm not sure where that one's coming from. We clearly didn't, right? We just went through the numbers. But even for the first 10, 15 days or so effort was pretty similar in 23 relative to 22. For what but again, first half of August is not the high effort timeframe either. So.
And then a couple other things I wanted to get back to everyone on. Sorry, I think there's no feedback. See, I thought I heard a question regarding what is the treaty summer Chinook allocation. And so given the current abundance we have with summer Chinook, it's you subtract out the escapement goal, and then it's basically within USV Oregon a 50-50 sharing. So if you look at any of the alternatives, 1, 2, or 3, and there's 58-28 ocean and 78-24 in river, sum those up, that's the treaty share. So we just have to split it out with the ocean and within the river and upstream of Priest Rapids and downstream and with below Priest between rec and commercial. There's a lot more little pieces scattered about regarding co-manager agreements with the Colville tribe that are not they're not a treaty tribe on USV Oregon, as well as within our policy guidance. And
then
go ahead. Yeah.
With regards to Ken Workala's question, on the Oregon side, we have the rules associated with our current fisheries policy, and those rules preclude the use of summer gill nets. And, I'm not going to speak to, how they are or are not. Those are just the rules and the constraints and the sideboards that I have to work within, and those are how they exist. To the gentleman in the hat over here, yeah, there are impacts all over the place. We're working, fisheries are a really important component. Recreational commercial fisheries are both really important in keeping the communities in the Northwest connected to the resource. They're part of the conservation solution. I believe that. People who know me know that I am committed to that. Both of these things keep the communities in the Northwest connected to the resource. It's why they still exist. It's why they are important components, right? But there are other things out there, right? So you're right, growth is happening. Both states are committed to protecting the habitat that is happening and going on with the growth, right? We're working in watersheds in the urban areas to go on. In the lower river, habitat is one of the biggest issues going on, right? And it's hard in some of these areas. It's one of the biggest constraints for the lower river fall Chinook that are around. As you move up the basin, there are other things that are impacting populations, and the states and tribes are working actively to try to work on those impacts as well, along with our other, federal partners. So, these are big issues that are going on, and we work together all the time. I spend way more time than she probably wants in meetings with Charlene, not just on fisheries issues, but on all these other impacts. They're big, important issues, and we're committed to trying to work together with our other co-managers to try to solve them. So yeah, it's a collective effort of which fisheries are definitely part of the solution. So thank you. And I after looking at Ryan's list, I'm pretty sure I need to make sure I do a better job of taking my own notes so that I can be sure that I can answer questions.
Thanks, Tucker. I think I'm next. I think we heard some comments on subsection B. So for those who may not know what that's in reference to, in 2022, the Washington legislature provided funding for the department to buy back some commercial gillnet licenses here in the Columbia River. And a subsection of that proviso directed the department to reserve impacts associated with those licenses that were purchased back. So we implemented some changes to the fall season last year to do that implementation. And then we revisited that with our commission in January. Our commission gave our director delegation for this year's fisheries, and we have not received direction for this year to incorporate any reservation of impacts into our preseason planning. However, we do consider conservation measures, as you can tell from this expansive list, in all of our fisheries, and we will continue to do that into the future. I think what I heard from the question about summer commercial fisheries was a little bit also on the alternative gear aspect of summer fisheries. You know, that's something that was explored pretty in depth with at least beach seines. I'm not sure about purse seines. This is before my time. Those at that time, in the way that that was tested, it didn't really work out. So I think we can certainly have more conversation about that. There is allocation in the summer. I think in the Oregon rules, it does allow for alternative gear usage in the summer. So I know that's of interest to a few of our fishers, but I think for this year, it's not something we can implement. And the data that we currently have doesn't suggest it would be very successful. It's quite a bit of bycatch of other species that were not target, as I recall. So I just wanted to elaborate a little bit more on that.
Oh, and on tiered levels on sockeye. Now I'm probably really off my reservation, but I would say that, Snake River sockeye are extremely endangered. And so while we may have relatively robust returns to some of the basin, those fish are still pretty severely depressed return levels. And so there is no tiered level there because we're doing everything we can to make sure that fisheries are part of that conservation picture and not impacting those returns at any kind of level. So we want to make sure that fisheries are helping and not interfering with that recovery effort.
Yeah, thank you, Tucker and Charlene. I was just going to touch on the last one. So you covered it, and it's currently within our current USD Oregon Management Agreement, associated biological opinion. So it's, for the time being, it is what it is, and they are endangered.
You're pretty close to your 11:45.
Yeah, I know, I'm running over. Just the last one point, concurrency. I heard that theme come up a few times. Not everything is perfectly identical between the state's rules, like jack limits and other nuances, but we do the best we can to have orderly fisheries. We do work within our policy guidance on concurrency, so that's why you see the unallocated set aside, because that's the piece that they're not agreeing, but we're still agreeing to the fisheries at large being concurrent. So I want to recognize, probably didn't hear every question answered or comment or point, but staff are available via email. If anyhow things run, might be able to catch us on the side, but or circle back with us if you need a follow up. We'll follow up with you all. But now we're done with the first portion. We're going to take a pause until 12 noon, and we will start sharply at 12 noon.
For those in the room, I had a note from our office staff that there's a blue BMW with the lights on. You are staying for the second session, and that is your vehicle. Perhaps. That's it.
Or leave them on.
Unless you want to stay here.
Could you put something on the screen that says noon start?
Thank you.
Hey, John, that's too far away from the copy.
And take your seats. It's 12 o'clock. Steve, sit down. That clock is slow.
I'm gonna run out for a minute.
Okay.
Once you guys start speaking again. So the room is unmuted. Those are off.
Go ahead. And you, Shannon, can you roll up the, then we'll switch over.
So, yeah. Hey, Jeff.
So appreciate everyone waiting with us online. We're just getting everyone in their feet situated for the afternoon rec discussion. So just wanted to throw the agenda up on the screen just to reorient us where we are. We're gonna walk through the remaining packets that we provided on the screen. We'll walk through that with the summer fisheries in the main stem and then the fall fisheries. And then and then the final piece will be the Region 5 WDFW tributary proposals as well. And then we will, much like earlier that we just wrapped up, we'll have the comments and any follow-up as necessary. This is where we want your input on fishery concepts for the summer and fall seasons. So we can slide the packet up. Thank you. I think this is going to be me up first. Me first. So starting the recreational discussion, just want to remind everyone the objective and concepts are that we'll discuss the fishery concepts that staff modeled, which is based on a bit of past feedback and experience. We do intend, based off input we hear today and, checking in online for comments on the WDFW rulemaking site for North of Falcon, that we will walk into the April council with one fishery package, one strategy per area. And we will adjust as necessary to achieve, to fit within the conservation limits, harvest control limits within our policy and other policy element guidance. USD organ management agreement provisions, all those pieces that we already walked through this morning. And we will have to keep in mind that we will limit and reduce as much as possible with the in-season closure risk. That is a strategy we're still taking into account. So gonna do, some of this is a little refresher from the morning. I don't know how many people came online that waited for 12 start because they saw the agenda or not, but I'm not gonna spend, it'll be a quick pass through some background stuff that we already touched, but just wanna highlight a few things. First off, with the model runs, we didn't run three scenarios, three alternatives through with our in-river models. We just took one. So we took the high ocean alternative. And so that produces the LRH ER at 40.6. Remember the limit's 41.0. And then the in-river piece is 10.5% exploitation rate for the river, which was, we did increase that from last year's preseason exploitation rate in reaction to the higher tier we are in the Thule matrix. That's why that step occurred. And so it allowed us to model fisheries We have a 15% limit on upriver bright snake wilds for the harvest rate, and then summer Chinook in river non-treaty allocation. When you subtract out the ocean non-treaty catch, it equates to 7,824 fish. LCN coho, the limit's 23%. So we're sitting at 22.3, so under the limit. But just a reminder, the coho model isn't complete for inside the river. But we do have to escape or have at least 50% of the upriver coho past Bonneville Dam. And so the current model, without the final in-river piece, but using alternative 1, puts us at 59%. So we're looking good on that front. For summer Chinook allocation, again, we're modeling 70% recreational, 20% commercial, 10% unallocated for below Priest Rapids Dam. Fall Chinook is no less than 30% for commercial fisheries and no more than 70% for recreational. And the constraining stock for this allocation is the LRH, Lower River Tule stock. Upriver bright snake river wilds could be limiting in season if catch rates are different than pre-season expectations or based on a updated run size that drops below 200,000. And that's okay. There we are. For 2024, I already mentioned this, but we are going to try to provide predictable fisheries and reduce the need for in-season closures. So we're considering that, although we cannot completely eliminate that risk, given what we have to work with the data that comes in season based off preseason expectations. So stock count can change, run sizes change, fisheries can be volatile at times, but we will have good data running in season to stay right on top of it. The bottom of this page is just kind of a background list of issues, concepts, comments we've heard from previous North of Falcon public meetings, joint state hearing, compact discussions in the summer fall period. Washington, Oregon did send out an angler survey a year ago, so that link there should work and show you the results from that. And then additional discussions with the recreational advisory group. So this is not a complete exhaustive list, but it's kind of a summary. So, you know, there's been support for summer Chinook mark selective starting June 16th at the start of the summer period. Consider ocean and river sharing balance on fall Chinook. That's probably the most primarily referenced to LRH Tules. Minimize in-season closure risks. Discussions in buoy 10 regarding the Chinook mark selective or non-mark selective regulations. A variety of different closures or delay start approaches, days per week, delay start, you know, to provide Chinook retention opportunities. Overlap fishing areas to help with effort shift. Reserve impacts for coho directed fisheries, and look at additional coho opportunities. We've also heard in the past, and these we're not considering for this year, but just want to make note we've heard it. Sub-area closures, limit guides and charters, annual limits on Chinook by area or by time, angling gear modification. And then lastly on the list, we've heard about steelhead restrictions in main stem and tributary recreational fisheries. The last modeling assumption piece on this is all these concepts that we consider in the next several pages must fit within our allowed wild A, wild B impact limit. So moving on to the summer season and main stem. So I kind of blending sockeye and summer Chinook together for the summer season. But given the abundant forecast, we anticipate the sockeye retention season starting could be incorporated in the salmon bag limit starting June 16th, which is typically when that occurs. The summer Chinook allocation is low given the lower run size and how all the allocations split out. We do have to go through the April council process to finalize where things land regarding Columbia River mouth run size for ocean fisheries, but also the ocean non-treaty catch that comes out of the non-treaty share for summer Chinook. I did include a bullet point in there showing a recent 5-year average mark rate during June. So that'd be like June 16th to 30th in the month of July. So it does drop off, as you can see there. from 74% at the start during June and then to 59% in July. When considering all the allocation splits and guidance for the below Priest Rapid Dam recreation allocation, we have about just shy of 1,100 fish to work with, and those are mortalities, not kept fish. And then using the kind of a traditional split we have, that would translate into about 915 fish for below Bonneville Dam recreational fishery, and about 161 for Bonneville Dam up to Priest Rapids Dam. So that includes the Zone 6 area, McNary Pool, up in the Hanford Reach area. For the below Bonneville Dam, I looked at a couple of scenarios. The traditional start date is June 16th that we use, and that catch rates are higher, better fishing conditions. That translate into about 4 days of retention opportunity. If we were to, we've heard some interest in the past about maybe, you know, is there a way to provide opportunity over the holiday, 4th of July holiday time period? Temperatures are up a little, mark rate drops a little, catch rate's a little lower, so that you do get a little more time. So that'd be about 7 days of fishing, kind of depends on where you start, when you start. But note that the run size update isn't to be expected until about July 1st. So, you know, you have to, well, we will adjust accordingly at that point, like we did last year. I think the other note I wanted to mention in here is I missed on the second bullet point, but was when we're closed to Chinook retention, we do have to account for summer Chinook mortality. So roughly on the dates we're showing here, we'd probably have to bank about 100 fish on the side just to cover us. And then above Bonneville Dam to Priest Rapids Dam, that's insufficient for a full season, that June 16th onward through July. But it should cover either the June window or the July window roughly. So just to put it in context. So we do want your input when we get to the public comment on which approach makes more sense. Ideally maybe the two areas could be more aligned for open above and below, but we can cross that bridge later. But we just want to get your input. If there's other ideas, that's great. But if it's, traditional June 16th start with a very short window, or kind of wait until July 1 where we have a better assessment of the run, which, the run comes in stronger, we'll have more to work with. So there's that consideration. But if not, then, we will react to that. So, all right, moving on to the fall. We are intending to provide Chinook opportunity in all areas. And of note, the tongue point to West Puget Island is considered part of the Buoy 10 Chinook fishery. And then we are modeling and incorporating a standard 2 salmoniid limit with 1 Chinook daily limit. So these are adults. And the table below, kind of shows those limits anyways, whether they're mark selective or non-mark selective. That's the nuance within that. The recreational fishery scenario considerations do incorporate a similar Lower River Hatchery Thule impact rate sharing between the different recreational sector areas. The recreational fishing concepts do incorporate the modifications to slow limit, kind of temper the impact accrual to allow for improved in-season fishery assessment, so we can provide season stabilities. And then modeling of our recreational fisheries, particularly in Buoy 10, does incorporate the higher Chinook handle rates we've seen. Basically, a lot of fish being handled, and we do need to account for it, and there has been a trend to higher handle rates. So we are capturing that in these models. Let's see, next up we do have multiple Buoy 10 concepts to reduce the, in order to kind of manage the Chinook burn, the Lower River Thule Chinook burn, reduce the in-season closure risk, but also allowing staff to manage the fishery and estimate catch as catch rates and stock composition changes, because stock composition does change over time. So we looking at mark selective regulations, non-mark selective regulations in late August, early September, when you have more brights around, slightly lower mark rate, closure days, in combination of approaches. I do want to, well, yeah, so kind of want to point that out. And then the season structures do attempt to align the Chinook retention season as best we can to limit effort shift between areas, but there's always going to be some level of effort shift. And then we are reserving Chinook mortalities in the buoy 10 coho target fishery, and then upstream of there for the October target fisheries as well. So just want to make note of that to provide that opportunity. And I think one more page. Yeah, I'll just make sure I'm on the right page. Sorry. So on page 13, we will select one management strategy per area and update modeling and take that into the April council process. And just again, reminder, we have to wait to see what Northern Fisheries do and other fishery updates that go in the model and adjust accordingly if necessary. And yeah, I think we kind of walked through this next bullet point, but again, we're limiting the risk of in-season closures. We're making decisions based on aiding catch stock composition for in-season management purposes. We are taking into account effort shift. We want to limit regulation complexity where possible, but it's impossible to get there all the way because we do. The fisheries are dynamic and different interests by area and values as well. And then lastly, we are going to make sure our fishery concepts and strategies we take into the council process do align with our policy guidance, objectives, and harvest control limits. So with that, I think we're on to the table on page 14.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. We finally made it to the page that everybody flipped to as soon as they got this packet. Sure. So this is, we've laid out some concepts for the different fisheries. Ryan just kind of talked through, which ones have multiple alternatives here that we modeled out and presented. We're calling them concepts because the specific dates may change as we move through this whole process as other things change too. But these are meant to give you kind of some distinct alternative approaches and give you a sense of how those would lay out based on what we know right now. And so we've laid out the table a little differently than past years, as you've likely noticed. We're starting upriver this year, and we're going to work our way down. Seems like after buoy 10, folks are pretty worn out and don't always have the attention paid to the other fisheries that we would like to. So, so we've got some text on the following pages, but I think we're going to keep the table here up on the screen, and I'll kind of step through the text a little bit and provide a little additional context to each of these. So starting off with the fishery from Bonneville upstream to Highway 395 bridge. We've seen, as has been mentioned, growth in recent years in all of our fisheries, whether that be catch rates or efforts or a combination of both. This is the one fishery that we've probably seen the most explosive growth in the last few years here. Average catch for the last 2 years is over 14,000 Chinook in these fisheries. That's much larger than has been historically seen. I think in 2013, we had a high catch year, but that was, one of those record Chinook return years as well. But other than that, for the past 20 years, Chinook catches there have been in the, single digit thousands, not, into the tens of thousands. So, a few reasons for that, as folks are aware. Some of that is effort shift when there's been some restrictions in lower river fisheries, and also just new gear technologies that are allowing folks to target fish in different areas and fish those areas a little differently than in the past, and sometimes more efficiently as well. And so, just given our understanding of that fishery and the changes we've seen, we will, applying a fairly conservative Chinook retention season approach to this fishery. And there's a lot of similarity here between this one and the next fishery down, the Warrior Rock to Bonneville fishery. actually, they may be almost nearly identical except for coho regulations upstream of the Hood River Bridge. So I can kind of talk about the approach to both of them in conjunction here. And you notice the end date for Chinook retention is in mid-September. The 15th is what we've been able to model out here. But the intent there was knowing that we're going to be tight on River Bright harvest and Snake River wild harvest rates. We need to be mindful of that, make sure we model these fisheries to fit within what's allowed at this point in time. But that end date gets us into that time frame where the USV Oregon Technical Advisory Committee will have the ability to begin updating runs, upriver abundances at that time. So the approach we used here was to get as far as we could with what we have now, but also set these fisheries up for the potential for a continuation, maybe even with no break, like we saw last year in the Warrior to Bonneville section as well. So you try to set yourself up for in-season realities. And so that's what we did here. So, so the next bullet down says that, there may be additional opportunity in late September, after mid-September, based on what we know at the time, whether fishery performance or a run size change, whatever it looks like. But at least our intent for both of those areas was to get it into that time frame where we can make some in-season decisions. And as with all of the areas, we're intending for angling closures to occur when Chinook retention closes, except if there's a corresponding coho retention, allowed in the structure here as well. So in this one specifically, barring any in-season adaptive management, we would anticipate an angling closure from in the latter half of September until coho opens October 1. So real similar for the next area down. Like I said, we've bundled West Puget to Warrior and Warrior to Bonneville in the bullets here in the packet, but we've got them split out here, and we could talk about them separately because they are different as far as season structure goes. So same kind of concepts for the Warrior to Bonneville piece. Using what we have, know that fishery tends to be limited by upriver bright and Snake River wild harvest rates and harvest. Same plan there, get that into that mid-September timeframe so we can deal with it in season and make the choices then. I didn't mention yet, and we'll get into steelhead in detail a little later, but anticipating similar steelhead retention closures like we've seen in the last few years. We've laid out on the table here, closed August 1 through October 31. That's true everywhere except for above the Dalles Dam that stays open in August and closes September 1, I believe. And then there's some, coho opportunity layered in here. As Ryan has mentioned, if Chinook is closed, we need to reserve some Chinook impacts just for handle mortalities during Chinook retention time. That's been factored into the modeling we've done here, and we've laid out, pretty much unfettered coho access, as you can see in the table here. Pretty much, August 1 through the end of the year would be our expectation. But we need to be a little careful. We haven't fully modeled out those fisheries yet, and we know we are getting kind of close to that 23% limit on the combined ocean and in-river fisheries. So then the next area here is the West Puget to Warrior area. We've got two different scenarios, concepts laid out here. One is essentially just open August 1 and run as long as you can, non-mark select. That gets through the 7th of September, roughly. And the other option there would be to pull back some of those non-mark select days to add in some additional week of mark selective fishing, kind of more similar to the Oregon Commission fishery objective for this area. And so the trade-off there is the non-mark selective period would run through the 9th of September, and then an additional 7 days of mark select Chinook opportunity after that. So that's the difference. It's just a trade-off of some non-mark select days. September 4th. What did I say? 9th. Okay. 9/4. So yeah, thank you. Yeah, so the 4th of September, and then a week of mark select from the 5th through the 11th is what we've modeled and could fit at this point. So again, that's the trade-off, just switching, some of those non-mark select days to get a little deeper into the year. And again, close to that run update time frame as well. So something to keep in mind as you're kind of weighing these two concepts for this West Puget Warrior area. And then finally for buoy 10 to West Puget Island, 3 different concepts here. I mean, there's thousands you can run, of course, but these are concepts that are, fairly stable, reasonable, things that we would consider and are reflective of input we've received in the past, but provide a few different ideas here for consideration. And so, recognizing we do have more Thule impacts to work with this year. That's the big difference. I don't think anyone would be surprised to hear that buoy 10 can be, the Chinook aspect of it can be really dynamic. There are a lot of environmental and social factors that play into that fishery there. And, just as a little context, when buoy 10 is going hard, we're seeing 4,000 to 5,000 angler trips and Chinook handle of 3,000 to 4,000 adults per day, every day. That's about a week's worth of fishing in Marine Area 1 in the ocean fishery, I think. So the scale is quite a bit different. Important for everyone to understand that it's when a fishery is that massive and moving that quickly, and there's not a lot of room to move, you can bump into guidelines and limits really fast. And that's something we've had to consider. That's something we've wrestled with over the years, on the face of a changing fishery as well. And I don't know that we've got it right yet, but we're continuing to move forward. The season that we laid out last year was meant to ensure that, or at least increase the odds that the rest of the fisheries in buoy 10 would all be prosecuted as planned preseason. That was the intention. We did not want to repeat, for example, the scenario in 2022 when, fisheries in the majority of the river were closed down because of the effects of the buoy 10 fishery. So, it's important, and we talked about that, nearly 100,000 angler trips in the fishery from West Puget up to Bonneville. Those are angler trips that didn't occur in 22, but it did happen last year. So that was our intention, was to really try to get ahead of buoy 10 for the first time. I think we did that. But now this year we've got more to work with. We learned a lot from last year as well. So we can start to adjust off of that a little bit, but again, recognizing that things can go sideways down there fast. And sometimes, due to factors that we can't anticipate as we're sitting here in March and April planning these fisheries out. I don't think anyone can, anticipate now whether a thermal block is going to set up at the end of August down there. Just don't know that, we don't know. For example, in 22, that we would have a record run of Bonneville pool hatchery Thules. These aren't things that can be anticipated this far ahead of time, but do have to be dealt with in real time as the fisheries are ongoing. So, we do need to be somewhat cautious, but like I said, we have more room here. So hopefully, some of these concepts, reflect that and people recognize, the differences between, what we've been doing and what's, laid out here. And so, yeah, I can just kind of step through. We got some more detail in here, and I'm sure there'll be, a very, very spirited discussion when we get through all this, and we'll be able to pick up more detail. But yeah, absolutely, right.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna add a couple more little details on this concepts. As Jeff alluded, we looked at a variety of concepts. We were showing some up here that were taken into consideration, but we ran other alternatives too, just to kind of see the scale of the effect of what we're working with. And this year's abundance and Thule limits. But if we ran non-mark at the front end, it'd be through, I think it's August 15th. So 1 through 15 is all you get with the comparable amount of impacts. If you were to go backwards from Labor Day, which is September 2nd, you'd be at, I think, August 27th. So a 7-day fishery. So just, putting that out there for perspective. We didn't show those because those are a lot of closure days. When you look at last year's concept package we had, there wasn't a single buoy 10 option that had less than 4 days of closures, or 5 or more. And so this year, there's one concept that shows 3. So just showing you that we're working with a bit more similar abundance, but it's a different year. So this is what we're rolling forward with for consideration. And we learned a lot last year as well. So I think that's all I had.
Okay. Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, so with that, we can get to the specific concepts that are shown on the screen here. Like I said, there are 3. They're all the impact neutral, essentially, or at least very close to each other in impact usage here. That was the intention. So the first one, so again, before I dive in, Labor Day weekend is the 31st through the 2nd this year. So that's a pretty important weekend that we wanted to focus on. So this first concept here is essentially run mark selective Chinook retention up to Labor Day weekend, and then provide non-mark select Chinook retention opportunity over Labor Day weekend, and then actually bleeding a little bit further into the week. That's probably what Wednesday is, the 4th of September. The second concept there is very similar, except utilizes a few closed days in there to buy additional non-mark selected time. So that one is penciled out right now as a mark selective Chinook opportunity through the 25th of August. A few days closed there at the start of that week, and then coming on with non-mark select regulations starting on the 29th, which would be Thursday, I believe, and continuing for 7 days roughly, again through the 4th of September. So that's a trade-off. That represents a trade-off. A couple closures kind of in that peak time to buy back some additional non-mark select time. These are just choices that, to be weighed. And then the third one there is, well, it's kind of the concept of starting with non-mark select in mid-September and working your way backwards to see how far you can get, or see when you would maybe need to switch to mark selective regulations to fill the rest of the days. And so that one would incorporate August 1 through Labor Day weekend, through the 2nd, with mark selective regulations. And then it wouldn't be until after Labor Day weekend that non-mark select regulations would fit, and then be able to proceed through roughly the middle of September. So, some different approaches to it, different priorities, different preferences. That's what we're wanting to hear from you all during the discussion here. Again, not a lot to talk about on the coho front. We're pretty much able to anticipate, like I said, wide open coho opportunity here. Of note, though, we did leave that concept of the buoy 20 and downstream coho only fishery just in here because it was a option or it was a scenario that was requested by the public in the fall of 22 at one of our joint state meeting hearings that we had when we were going through all those in-season adjustments and everything we had to. And we thought it was an intriguing concept. We did talk about it at this meeting last year. There wasn't a whole lot of support for it. The intent would be in lieu of a complete angling closure, and it was more relevant last year when we were talking about more closure days in season. But we do have that one concept in here that had a couple right at the end of August. So the concept of the buoy 20 coho fishery is still relevant, I think. So like I was saying, the idea here would be in lieu of a complete angling closure, have a sub area of the buoy 10 fishery that would kind of refocus the effort on coho there and reduce the number of Chinook that would be handled regardless. So it's just a way to provide some opportunity instead of a complete closure. So it's still out there if folks are interested in it. I think we as staff are comfortable with the concept. We worked with law enforcement last year to kind of identify an upriver boundary line that would work. So we kind of ran through some of that background work that we needed to do last year. So it's still there. To be clear, I don't anticipate that that's everybody's first choice, right? So, but just want to mention that it's out there because I do think we'll have a variety of opinions and thoughts on the season structure for buoy 10 here. Just a couple other notes from the packet. Looks like the mark rate, given the stock mix and preseason expectations of mark rates, we're able to calculate about a 55% expected mark rate in August and 45% for September. So something to think about as you're contemplating mark selective regulations. The mark rate is very important in that process of thinking about it. And that compares to last year, we observed a mark rate of 54% during the mark selective fishery that occurred last year. And so again, we wanted to provide some overlap on the non-mark select regulations with the next area upstream, the West Puget to Warrior. And we want to provide some opportunity over Labor Day weekend. That was important. And that late start date or late transition to non-mark selective Chinook regulations is intended to avoid the expected peak LRH abundance and while providing access to bright fall Chinook that are starting to, on average, become more abundant in the fishery at that time. Every year is different. Again, those thermal barriers, those, forecasts being off, all of those types of things can be realized in real time, and we have to deal with it. But, we're, again, trying to set things up based on what we know of the fishery and how things typically play out. And that. The only other couple bits of pieces here. So the recreational allocation of LRH is no more than 7.34%. That's 70% of the 10.5 total ER. And of that, tributary recreational fisheries are expected to use just under 1/3%, 2.7. And as always, we'll manage these fisheries in season. And if there, is additional opportunity in season at the time after we've got, updated estimates, catches, actual stock comp from the fisheries, abundance updates, all that sort of thing. And then we'll take that into consideration and provide additional opportunity when we can. The other thing I wanted to mention with those buoy 10 Chinook retention regulations we laid out, all of those are intended to give us as staff opportunity to assess the fishery before it switches over to non-mark select. So like that last week, we'd be able to track the catches. So you're always looking backwards and forward at the same time, which is tricky, but that's what we do. But it gives us some time there that last week to have an opportunity to assess what's going on and then potentially adjust if necessary before getting into Labor Day weekend. And our first approach, if things are not following our expectations, would be to transition to mark selective Chinook regulations rather than outright closures. That would be our first option there. Okay. All right, and then we'll switch over to steelhead here on page 17. Won't go through this in detail. As I mentioned earlier, we're again expecting, extremely low abundance of river summer steelhead. We've been seeing that since 2017. We've had a series of regulation adjustments to deal with that. And want to make sure folks understand it's not just the wild steelhead we're concerned about. It's also ensuring that hatchery broodstock needs are met in the upper basin as well. The biggest decline we've seen is in that hatchery A index component recently too. So it's not just a wild fish issue. So things like reducing the bag limit to one steelhead only when it's open. That's a rule we've been employing here recently. Multiple retention closures, block closures, time and area, as displayed on the chart here on the screen. We did refigure this one a little bit. So if you're comparing it to past years, it's been cleaned up a little bit. And generally speaking, the gray boxes there, the gray color coding is meant to show when permanent regulations are in effect, and that could either be closed or open depending on the area, but it's permanent regs. Anything in orange or green there would be a in-season, temporary, or emergency regulation. So like the bag limit changes there indicate it's open, but with a reduced bag limit, those are shown in green. And then areas and timeframes that are closed to retention are shown in that orange coloring there. Additionally, the thermal angling sanctuaries that have been established in the lower reaches and mouths of tributaries upstream of Bonneville Dam on the Oregon side will be in effect this year as well, as indicated in that kind of dark gray box there. So, yeah, until the steelhead starts showing us that they're coming back in average numbers, I would anticipate these types of regulations to continue for the time being. So. I did want to specifically highlight one change here. This is for the John Day Arm. We're proposing closing salmon and steelhead angling in the John Day Arm in that September through December timeframe, as opposed to an angling closure that we've employed in the past. What we've seen is, well, there aren't salmon in the Arm at that point in time. It's primarily a steelhead fishery anyhow. We were trying to marry up regulations between the main stem and the Arm just to reduce confusion, I think. But what we're seeing is a small catch and release steelhead fishery starting to develop in there, and that's not really the intention. Those are a mix of wild steelhead from the John Day and steelhead heading to points up river as well. So it's a mix in there. So we're really just wanting to eliminate handle of steelhead. And so the way we're proposing to do that this year is just with an angling closure. So I did want to point that out because that is different from recent years. Gonna take the rest here.
Yep, last page. So under kind of our other category, barbless hooks are required for salmon steelhead angling in the main stem Columbia River from the mouth upstream to Highway 395 at Pasco year round. So just pointing that out, that's what's in the packet. And then additionally, there's also the boat angling, the boat limit. So during fall, each angler aboard a vessel may continue deploying angling gear until the adult salmonid limit we're all anglers aboard has been achieved. So that's not a change. And then the last part under what to expect, that's kind of a rehash of what we've been saying this afternoon. So again, we'll hear your thoughts, and then the staff will select one fishery management strategy per area and then update the models and associated timeframes during the April council and adjust as necessary per providing, fitting within the harvest control limits, policy guidance, reducing the risk of, make sure we're paying attention to the risk of in-season closure from how the fisheries line up, aid and stock comp assessment in season, consideration effort shift, and doing the best to limit regulation complexity where we can. And then lastly, we do monitor our fisheries in season and stock comp, and we adjust accordingly. We often use the compact joint state hearing to use that as rule changes as necessary, get information out, fishery updates, etc. We do the best we can to provide advance notice of a closure, but when there's an emergency, it comes to a hard screeching halt at times. And we will have to keep an eye on everything, but we just want to highlight herbs. We'll just have to keep an eye on that because that can change the dynamic or it can cause a severe quick closure if we get a run update, below 200,000. So that's this for this packet. Next up, last little piece, and then we'll be open to comments, Q&A, all that kind of stuff. So it's the tributary, Washington Region 5 tributary proposal package. I don't know, is it Matt Hoswa who's covering that, but we should come give you the mic or come on up here. Actually, come on up here. Thank you.
We give Marcy.
Oh, that's gonna be my style.
No.
Allow me to stretch my legs. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. I'm Oswald Holowatz, WDFW District 10 fisheries biologist, manage fisheries in the Lewis and Cowlitz basins. And I'm here to describe to you one fishing rule change we have for Lower Columbia, Washington tribs, and then just kind of summarize the others, which don't require changes. So based upon anticipated Chinook and coho returns, expected harvest, and our broodstock collection goals, we propose one tributary fishing rule change for salmon. It'd be for the Green River, Cowlitz County. The current rule from August 1st to November 30th, from the mouth up to 400 feet below the hatchery rack is 3 adults, one of which is a salmon or a Chinook. The recommended change is to same period, August 1 to November 30th, up to 3 adults, of which only coho can be retained. And that is to ensure that we have the greatest opportunity to collect our brood at Green River Hatchery or Tootle Hatchery. Our other tributaries do not have any tributary rule changes. Those are for our streams on the Washington side that have hatchery programs. Our 3 tribs regionally, Wind, Drano, and the Klickitat will also be under permanent rules as in the book. And those are our salmon rule changes. Matt Gardner will cover steelhead. Thank you.
Hey, thanks everybody. Matt Gardner, the District 9 fish biologist. So just here to quickly review kind of our steelhead, the dip-in tributary strategy that we'll be using this year. This was reviewed somewhat on page 17, so I'll just go through these quickly. So based on the preseason forecast for steelhead, we do have an interest as the impacts in those areas contribute to the non-treaty limits, and we have the need, right, to manage within those guidelines. So the areas under consideration are the lower Wind River below Shipper Falls, the entirety of Drano Lake, the White Salmon River below the County Road Bridge, and the Klickitat River below Fisher Hill Bridge. So basically, we just plan to continue what we've been using over the past several years. That includes closures for steelhead angling and retention from July 1 through October 31st, as well as night closures for both salmon and steelhead during that same time frame. So, thank you.
All right, so that's it for presentations. So I think we're gonna throw the agenda ground rules up. I think we have a few new folks online, so I will have to give a high-level synopsis of the ground rules. But starting off, while those are coming online, we are gonna plan to run the meeting, the Q&A comments kind of stuff like this morning for those who were part of that, so shouldn't be a change. Let's see, it's the high-level stuff. Raise your hand. I will use the raise your hand function, dial 5, or the raise hand function on Teams, or in the room, raise your hand, and we'll put you on the list, and I will go from online, in person, rotate until we get through the entire list. We are not intending to have back and forth conversations, so just be mindful when you're asking the question. It's something we're taking notes to come back to potentially later if it's pertinent. *6 to come off mute if you're on your phone. Make sure you state your name and an affiliation if you'd like, but name at least. Stick to the agenda at hand. Be professional, no text, don't be respectful. All that, I'll shut that down quickly. Assume positive intentions for those speaking and listen respectfully. Be mindful of the length of time and potentially, if it comes into play, frequency of your comments, as we want to hear from everyone who has considerations to share. And I think that's it. I think we're gonna, we'll pass around the mic, do it that way like this morning. We're gonna take notes and keep tabs on what we heard, and we'll come back as a group to respond to things we feel necessary. But our intent and purpose is to hear your thoughts on the concepts. Shannon, we're okay. Yeah. So just that's why we're here. And then we won't have an answer of what we're taking forward because we're still collecting information from others who aren't here and we need a debrief. So don't expect us to say it's going to be concept 1, 2, and 1. We're not going to say that. So just want to give you a set of expectations that we'll be work on that and take one strategy into the council process. So with that, I'm going to look at the speaking list or create a speaking list. And I have Francis has got his hands up. So let's see. Les, Kyle, Dave, Larry. Online, go ahead and raise your hand if you can. If you're struggling with raising your hand, you can come off mute and state your name. Bill and Randy. Bill, Randy, Jim. Okay, I've got Bob Reese online. Got Jim Bridwell online. Don McBride online. Chris in the room. Harry. Are you on? Are you nodding? Yes, you're on. Yes, he's on. Steve. That's most everyone, so that's good. At least on in person. I think they're. Oh, see Liz online. Anyone else virtually? Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get started. Again, don't anticipate back and forth, so just be mindful if you're asking a question, you might want to provide your thoughts too at the same time. So I'll bounce around. I will start in person. So Les, you're up first.
Thank you. Les Kipper, Columbia River Recreational Advisory Group, and live and play out of the Dalles on the Columbia. A couple of questions. Jeff, I think you answered this when you were explaining it, but I think I was daydreaming. When you're the Bonneville to 395, when you're talking about the Chinook opener from August 1st through September 15th, and then everything closes until October 1st, and then we'll be able to fish for coho, but not Chinook, unless there is some in-season correction. Is that my understanding?
Yep.
Thank you. As far as the buoy 10, it doesn't really affect me. I don't fish there to speak of, but with the comments made that there's been a record effort above Bonneville, I see the correlation between closures in the lower river that push those fishermen, anglers upriver to include above Bonneville. So I think option 3 would be the best option to extend the fishery below Bonneville or below river to at least from a selfish standpoint, keep as many fisheries below Bonneville as we can. And then I had one quick question, I think for Jeff on steelhead. We've been fighting with low numbers of steelhead for as long as I can remember. And again, probably from a completely ignorant standpoint, could either agency kind of explain what the agencies are doing to help increase the steelhead numbers? And again, you know, in our area, anything we can do to remove those cold water refuges from the areas above Bonneville, Eagle Creek, Herman Creek, and the mouth of the Deschutes. It's the only place in the entire basin from the mouth up as far that has these closures. It's already closed to retention of steelhead. So closing these areas is just, it's a nightmare for fishermen. It's a nightmare for enforcement. So we'd like to, for you to consider that. Thank you.
Thanks for your thoughts there. Jotted down the questions, so may not get to it, but we'll get to you offline at least. We'll go online now to Francis.
Can you hear me? I think I'm unmuted.
Yes, we hear you now.
Okay, Francis Estelila, just private sport angler. I really appreciate all the thought that went into the options to help out the contingency down at Buoy 10, especially you guys looking out for Labor Day weekend. But just going through those conceptually, not a big fan of option 2 because of the closure days. I think that's, we can probably find some non-select opportunity without having to close those days down. I like the idea of having non-select during Labor Day weekend. And so option 1 is very appealing to me. I think it would be for a lot of people. Labor Day weekend is a big deal for people with families. The ability to keep a Chinook non-select at that weekend would be super, super important. Option 3 is really close, but it just kind of misses the whole, you know, non-select at Buoy 10. I get the feeling there's a lot of support for that one too, because it offers a lot of days of non-select. I would suggest maybe modeling, if you could, if it's within the impacts, a similar 13 days of non-select that started on Labor Day weekend. Of going all the way to the 15th, model it from the 31st of August through September 12. I think it kind of gets the best of both worlds. It has that opportunity for marked select, for non-select during Labor Day weekend. And it has the potential for a lot of open non-select days going into September. I think things get really cheap after the first week of September. We're well past peak passage of LRH through the estuary. I think there may be some fear about offering non-select during Labor Day weekend because that could be expensive, but I would say that's probably pretty low risk as well. We are well past the killer tide days. in the middle of hump week, we got those soft tides where the Chinook bite can really go off. I mean, that would be a very risky time to offer non-select, but by waiting till the 31st of August, you're 5-6 days past that, that worrisome series of tides that with the fear of God and all the managers, where things move really fast. So I think I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your thoughts there. All right, coming back into the room, Kyle, I think you're up next.
Kyle Haas, the Columbia River Advisor. Your West Puget Island to Lewis River, option 2, and then Buoy 10 to Puget Island. That's option 3 for me, and it's all strictly because more days. I do not like the Mark Select. I haven't. I think the mortality rate's too high. But my second question is, in years past, you had, pre-COVID, probably was the last one I heard of, but you would tell us that X amount of percentages of people, you had catch rates, how many people were fishing that day for almost every section of the river, 395 all the way to the ocean. And you told us that we had, 35% of all the fisheries and the people and the fish were caught down at like Buoy 10. What are those numbers nowadays? Because I quit going down there pretty much because of the Mark Select fishery, and 2, because it is just a zoo anymore. And I think there's more people. It's almost like back in the 80s when everybody was sitting down at the 10 line waiting for that tide to roll in, and all of a sudden every rod dropped when the coho were coming in. But I mean, it's not that much anymore. But do we have numbers like that anymore?
Yeah, well, I think we got the question. I think we can get back to you, whether it's now or later, but we should have those.
Thanks.
Thanks, Kyle. All right, moving back online to Bob Reese. Go ahead, Bob.
All right, thanks. Thanks for putting these models together. Really just comment on the Buoy 10 models. I don't personally do a lot of fishing. I really do like to say that I'm representing the Northwest Guides and Anglers Association, also Columbia River Rec Advisor. We just don't have a huge number of our members that participate in the upstream of Buoy 10 fishery, but those, you have limited concepts there, and they all look like pretty viable models. I did like where Francis was going with his suggestion. I don't know if you guys have a chance to run that as a model potential. It would be great to have as much non-Mark Select opportunity as possible, but the marriage of the 2 between concept 1 and concept 3, hopefully that becomes a viable model, as Francis had indicated. If you're unable to model or unable to come up with a viable model with a hybrid of those 2, concept 3 seems to have, I think, what would gain most favor with members of the Northwest Guides and Anglers Association. I'm just assuming that the reduction in coho opportunity post Labor Day is due to the fact that abundance on coho is down too. So I don't know if that's an easy question to answer, but 2 coho, I mean, we were having a hard time catching 2 coho a day anyway in the estuary last year. It's probably more challenging this year, so I don't have any heartburn over that.
All right. Thank you, Bob.
Could I just jump in real quick? The hybrid between option 3, right, is option 1, right? Like, you don't get 15 days of non-Mark Select starting Labor Day weekend. You get, 5. If you start non-Mark Select on Labor Day weekend, you get 5 days of non-Mark Select. right? That's what you get. You don't get 15 days because Labor Day weekend is still very expensive from an LRH perspective. So you can get 15 days of no mark select if you start after Labor Day weekend, or you can get 5 days of mark select if you start Labor Day weekend. You can't get 15 days of non-mark select starting Labor Day weekend. So that's the hybrid, 5 days. So, thanks.
Thank you.
13 days. Yeah, thanks.
All right, so moving down my list to
I don't want
Dave.
to.
I think, yeah, Dave, I think you're next.
Dave Sass, advisor. I was wondering if the states could put together a Thule identification video or something similar, kind of like what we had back in the 90s for the dusky goose. You wouldn't really have to fund anybody to sit in a trailer like you did with the geese, because all of your fish checkers are going to be sitting at the docks anyway. And maybe set up a zone, like maybe from Tongue Point down, you have to have a card to fish in that fishery, showing that you know what a Thule is. And then if you decide to bonk one, your card's punched for the retention of Chinooks in that area. Just kind of a thought. I think that would hopefully lead to a lot more river time for anglers that choose not to kill Thules. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Dave. I'm gonna go back online. Jim Bridwell. Jim, you're up. You just, oh, I see you coming on and off on mute. Try it again. Try it now. We cannot hear you, Jim. I'm gonna come back to you after the next person, or after I rotate back around. So just maybe just double check your connection on your audio. But I will keep you on the list. I'm gonna move on to Don McBride. Go ahead, Don.
Okay, sorry about that. That took me a second to get unmuted. So first, I apologize. I had to drop off before I could get on to a comment for the previous session. So just a really quick comment about the ocean versus in-river allocation. I would just encourage that we maximize the in-river versus the ocean allocation split. Regarding buoy 10, I agree with Francis that avoiding a non-retention period is very valuable. General comment, the more areas that are open at the same time, the better the fishing is for everyone, because we don't concentrate the angling into a specific section. So avoiding a non-retention period is best, and either option 1 or 3 seem advantageous. A question for follow-up later on the tributaries. I noticed that Drano was only a 1 fish total retention, Chinook or any coho. I like the fact that it's any coho, by the way, but I was curious why it was not 2 fish, 1 Chinook. So just for follow-up later. My main concern with these is that all of these concepts appear to show no retention of Chinook past September 15th. That seems like a change from the past. I'm used to seeing Chinook retention above Bonneville, at least up through McNary or up through 395, into at least October. In fact, last year it was extended through December. I would really urge that we at least have some modeling to allow Chinook retention through at least middle of October, if not end of October or later. Again, from the standpoint of spreading out the harvest and the angling pressure, if the only place you can get a Chinook retention is either up in the reach or below Bonneville, then we're just going to pack a lot more folks up in the upper river that could be fishing at McNary or John Day Pool or any of those locations. Thank you. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Don. All right, I'm gonna move through into my in-person, since I have a longer list there. Larry, you are up next.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. Larry Phillips, American Sport Fishing Association. So time on the water is critical, obviously, for everyone. I guess one of the challenges, one of the things I'm struggling with a little bit here is, we'll be advocates for mark selected fisheries. We'll leave here and we'll take this back out and share that as a strategy to get us a full season. One of the challenges I'm struggling with here is that we develop mark selective fishing approaches so that we can get time on the water and we can maximize the number of hatchery origin fish and remain impact neutral. But I don't see it. Help me through the math here on the constraining stock here. We're talking about LRNs, right? Natural origin.
Lower River Tules.
So, but when I add up for example, number 3, concept 3 in the lower river, it's about 38,000 fish dead. And then I go up to number 2, and that's about 33,000 fish dead. What am I missing there in terms of what's constraining? Well, I don't see a target here that we're turning the dial to get right down to the specifics. It would be really helpful if we had the Chinook KEP and the Chinook release mortalities broken out by hatchery and natural origin fish as well. From my lens, that's a very important part of this whole conversation in terms of, someone mentioned it earlier, the recent litigation in the lower river in the past, decisions that were made according to the BIOP. But I'm supportive of mark selective fisheries. I just need to be able to articulate in a way that's helpful to the public about why we're going this route. Hopefully that makes sense. As far as the closure days go, I remember sitting in this room 2 years ago after the 2022 challenges we had in season. And again, turning over every rock to get every day of opportunity. We appreciate that. But I'd rather have them identified as necessary. And I think that would be maybe some sort of in-season trigger where you guys get to a level of preseason expectation that you're either close to or above expected. Obviously, we're not going to be able to do an in-season update or won't have much information on in-season run by late August. But as opposed to a hard stop, I think that the original recommendation that we did that was because of this fishery that got so, the pedal was down and it gave staff an opportunity to collectively get that in-season update up so that we didn't blow through preseason impacts and constrain fisheries later on, particularly the coho only fishery.
Thank you, Larry.
Thanks.
So I'm going to check in with Jim Bridwell. Coming back to you, see if you can come off mute. Jim Bridwell, just checking in on you. It's your turn if you can speak. You're not hearing you, so I'm going to move down the list and we'll come back again. So Liz Hamilton, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to testify remotely. I think the North Star here that checks most of the boxes is option 3. I think Kyle said it best. Buoy 10 has become, or always has been, popular, but there were a tremendous number of people posting images of their big fish that they caught down at the river. For most tourists, they are just happy to hold up that big fish. I recognize there are folks that do want to keep them all, a lot of folks. But I think given the lawsuit that we're looking at for PHOS, the more mark select fishing we have to remove hatchery tules, the better position the states are in responding, and NOAA in responding to that lawsuit. I think the other important value from this fishery is was also mentioned the idea of keeping as much of the river open as possible to avoid transfers from one fishery to another. And I'm a little excited about the long retention period in September, maybe bringing people down to that, down to Buoy 10 to stay in hotels and book guides at a time when they might not have done it for just coho. So I just think that option number 3 provides stability. It protects other parts of the river. It maximizes mark select for hatchery tules and may help generate a longer tourism season down at the Buoy 10 fishery. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Going down back to in person. All right. Bill Monroe Jr., I think you are next.
Thank you. My name is Bill Monroe Jr., guide, sport fisherman, fish advocate, whatever. I'm all here. I'm a member of the recreational advisory group now, and this is all really good stuff. I want to just point out the fact that this is wildly difficult to sit here and look at all these options before PFMC because it's going to change. And you know that you've already said, I think we're all pretty much good with that change. But the overall aspect of what we've all kind of like agreed upon is option 3. And that's mainly because of the fact that you've proven that mark select fisheries worked. I think last year they worked a little too well. And your shutdowns, they hurt a little bit, but it was necessary for you to be able to learn about what was really needed. And I'm going to go back to Les's comment because I've been a part of that now for like 3, almost 4 years, learning these hard lessons, going up above Bonneville for a fishery is now, you've seen that and you've seen what it does. And that's why option 3 kind of spreads us back out, gives us the option overall to kind of stay in one area or move or. It's just got a lot of good notations to it. So I'm going to stay there. Oh, and one more thing, another positive box here is that it has 100 less release mortalities on a possible, saving the LRWs, if that's what we're really, really trying to do, which it is. And trying to tell Larry that too. I think on the Puget to warrior aspect, though, we should probably look at number 2, and that would be nice for them to keep that. Although I am worried about that Thule impact because that is Thule waters. Our LRH is going to keep going up there too. Probably every time you get an LRH tag, that's going to account for a certain amount of wilds. So that's all I got to say for now.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to try it again. I'm going to just check in with Jim Bridwell one more time online. Can you come off?
Yeah,
mute?
you there?
Yes, we have you now.
Yeah, I called in on my phone. I don't know what's going on my computer. I apologize. So, hey, thank you for the opportunity to make comments today. I would also like to thank staff for all the work that goes into the North of Falcon process and putting together today's packet. It was really good to see all the detail and consideration that was given to the feedback from last year's survey results. A lot of effort went into that and a lot of folks replied to that. So it was good to see that come through as well. I think the modeling options were well thought out and a good job was done in sharing the opportunity for the different sections of the river. Quite frankly, that was the most important thing to me coming into today's meeting. Buoy 10 is a very popular fishery and I spend most of my August, September fishing that stretch of the river as well. But we can't talk ourselves into doing this at the risk of other in-river fisheries. So I would ask that, we really keep that in mind as we go through the different scenarios. My thought on modeling options, nobody's really spoke to Summers, but I would advocate starting on the 16th like we normally do. As far as Buoy 10 to West Puget Island, I would support option 3 unless we're, using lower hatchery impacts at a higher rate than planned, and then would ask that maybe some version of option 2 was put in place to get a better grip on where we're at to protect upriver planned seasons. We can't get ourselves back into a situation where the upriver is paying a cost for going too fast to buoy 10. As far as West Puget Island to Lewis Warrior, I would support option 1. Living down here, it'd be a real hard sell to go out and tell people they're going to get 2 more days or 3 more days to go to Mark Select when the fish show up. So, I know these folks up here, and that would not be a popular option 2.
All right. Thank you, Jim. Appreciate your thoughts.
Yep.
All right. Moving down my list, Randy, you are next.
Thank you. It seemed like yesterday we were talking about a broken fishery. And that's really what it felt like in the last few years, 2021, 2022, which was a disaster. I want to thank staff for all the hard work that they've done to try and create some fixes. I think last year they went a long ways in fixing what was going on the river. But unfortunately, we kind of found out through that process, the 2 closures that amounted to 5 days they were uncomfortable and awkward and created some real issues. Oh, by the way, I'm Randy Woolsey, member of the advisory group and a member of Northwest Sport Fishing Industry Association. I believe these changes you've made this year are the answer, that they're going to repair the recreational fishing opportunities. I'm in full favor of option 3, which is going to correct some things that have been going on in the middle and upper part of the river, as well as buoy 10. The Puget to Lewis Warrior Rock recommendation, I'm in support of that, option 2. Although I did hear earlier in the testimony tonight, someone talk about how a couple of days in the Labor Day weekend might get that fishery another week of mark selective fishing later on, getting them almost all the way out to the 16th. If there was a way to explore that before the deadline, that'd be nice. So again, I thank you, staff, and congratulate you for listening to everyone and putting in these corrections.
Thank you, Randy. Still going down my list. Jim, you are up next.
Thank you. I'm Jim Fowler. I'm a licensed fishing guide in Oregon for the last decade. I own Big Game Fishing, the bait shop at the top of the boat ramp in Hammond. And I'm a licensed wholesaler, fish dealer in Oregon. So I do buy and sell salmon, halibut, rockfish, tuna, whatever I can get that's really my wife, whatever she can get her hands on. I'm primarily here to say we're against option 2. The closure days at the coast just crush us. People leave, they don't come back. And what we're seeing is people are now, after the last couple of years, they're looking at booking their fishing trips or vacations for the year. And if there's any closure days at all where they're going to have to leave the coast and move upriver to fish, they just don't want to come down. So that option there, if we can just say, hey, we got the same number of fish coming back this year as last, or projected last year, and we have more impacts available this year than we did in 2023. And last year we left over half, buoy 10 left over half its upriver impacts on the table and over a third of their Thule impacts. So the punishment was inflicted from 2022. We've seen what Mark Select fisheries and closures do down there. And now I think, either option 1 or 3. The other thing with option 2 is 3 full closure days only buy you 2 extra 2 extra any Chinook days over option 1, you'd have to be a heck of a used car salesman to sell me that. Because I'm not, why would I close 3 full days of fishing and kick everyone off the river? And I think in that option, you're probably assuming a bunch of people would come back to the coast Labor Day weekend to fish non-marked select. And again, if they move upriver to Longview, Rainier, and the bite's on up there, they're not coming back. So, you know, your own numbers show that you've got record catch going on in different places now, and the effort is shifting. So I think, you know, ideally going to PFMC, you know, if we could say, hey, we're going to cross option 2 off the table, and we're going to come up with option 3, option 1, some hybrid of, I'd like to see something where you say, hey, we're going to have a mandatory compact meeting on August 28th and discuss where the fishery's at. And does it make sense to open a day or 2 at buoy 10 to non-marked select? Or does it make sense to, you know, maybe we're the other way. Maybe we're catching fish so fast we have to do something else. But just using the management tools to keep everything in line, you know, option 3 would be great. But our focus is we got to eliminate those closure days. It's ruining a fishery. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Jim. Still going down my list. Chris, you are up next. And just as a heads up, it's Harry then Steve.
I'm Chris Wynn, live in Kalama. I've been a Columbia River Citizens Advisor for about 25 years. I don't know. I like a couple of these options here. I want to thank the staff for working hard to come up with a fishery that'll work, that can be prosecuted, and something significantly different from 2022, which left a real bad taste in a lot of people's mouth. And I still see that buoy 10 still gets 3 times as many impacts as West Puget Island to Lewis River. For West Puget Island to the Lewis River, Warrior Rock, I like option 2. It's been my experience that after Labor Day, pressure falls way off. And the people who are there know how to catch them. And they can sort through a few more fish, and they'd rather have a few more days, I think, than just any Chinook for the whole time. So I lean towards number 2. September days are absolutely golden, and the fish are there. As far as the buoy 10 options, I lean towards option number 1. I really like the idea that through Labor Day weekend, those 5 days right there are any Chinook. That gives those people a chance to bank on those herbs right at the prime time for a few days that really want to. And I think that's worth considering. I think the break, the interrupted season was difficult for a lot of people. I also want to shout out something that makes the area where I fish kind of special. And I fish only from a boat, but this is for the bank maggots. They can't really fish buoy 10 and access those resources too well. They work at Skamakaway Park. They fish at County Line Park. They fish at Willow Grove. They fish at Kalama Beach. And there's some days when they do better than the boat fishermen. I don't know all the beaches on the Oregon side, but I know Dibley and Prescott. They also work them. And each impact, kind of back to what Tucker was talking about, affects the culture of a lot of people. And certainly there's a buoy 10 culture, but I've fished it lots of times. Generally, it's guys who are okay being hardcore, being in a big old boat, dropping $200 to $1,000 for a weekend. Up by Kalama, you get all kinds of families. You get a piece of crap kayak and they haul their gear out, 3 wobblers, and they catch fish. And they do it for cheap. And they don't all have licenses and they don't all actively fish, but they're there supporting the fishermen. And it's very important to these people. And it's part of their culture. And they can't just move to follow the fish. And I think that's worth supporting, and I'm glad it is, and it appears to be with these seasons. That's all I got.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. I'm Harry Barber, Columbia River Advisor, live on the Washougal River. Longtime fisherman. I fished the Columbia now, I think, for 54 years. I'd like to start with thanking staff for being rather bold last year. Or bold last year, and going to mark selective at buoy 10. That was a bold move, and it was definitely necessary. If you look at what happened in 2022, it was a disaster for folks fishing upriver. I'm not going to advocate specific options. I like to advocate a principle, and the principle would be to construct a season that duplicates last year's results, not last year's seasons, but last year's results, and fairly spreads both opportunity and catch throughout the river. Now it's a fairly challenging objective or principle, because if you look at this thing is fraught with uncertainty. We're making believe we got finite numbers and all these different options, and Steve knows, and we all know there's a tremendous amount of uncertainty. The forecasts are not always accurate. You've got water conditions, multiple Chinook subspecies, ESA stocks, season lengths, bag limits, MS, mark selective, non-mark selective, several zones. It is extremely challenging. And I think that you very likely, as Jeff pointed out, there'll be some unknowns surface. There'll be things that we won't necessarily anticipate. And so all that says to me is we need to be conservative in our approach. So again, I won't try to select options. Maybe they all work, but if they satisfy that principle, I think that's success.
Thank you, Harry. And then Steve, you're next. And then I see Roger has his hand up, so you're on the list, Roger.
Excuse me, Steve Watrous, Vancouver Wildlife League, and also an advisor. I was one of the very first advisors in the very first group way back when. And anyway, piggybacking on that, I want to go back to the Joe Blum Reign of Terror. And most of you in this room didn't experience that reign of terror like some of us old farts did, but it wasn't a pleasant time to be involved in fish politics. Question for you, Ryan, before I proceed with that. Did I understand you correctly to say if you started on Labor Day and worked backwards non-mark selective, it was open on August 17th?
27. August 27 to September 2 was what I stated earlier.
Okay, then that wouldn't work. If it had been 17th, I was going to say just that most of you probably don't remember that August 16th was the traditional opener for buoy 10. And then Joe Blum, during his reign of terror, changed it to August 1st, but that won't work then. Having said that, I like the idea of option 2 for buoy 10. It gives us the most non-mark selective days when the fish are there, or typically there. So I would have to lean towards that one. West Puget Island, the Lewis Warrior. I'm gonna have to go with option 2 there for a couple of reasons. One of which is that I just don't feel it's worth giving up 3 days of non-mark selective to get 4 additional days of mark selective, especially during a time where, if I understood you correctly, the mark rate is dropping from 55% to 45%. So the guys I hear from, unlike the other folks, a lot of the other folks in the room who I respect. I was a private businessman my entire life, so I understand why the guides and the tackle people and so on value time on the water. But that's not the people I hear from. The people that ring my phone off the hook are looking for a quality fishery. And quality fishery is not a mark selective fishery during a time when the mark rate is such that you're releasing more than half of the fish that you encounter. So that's why I would do option 2. Also like to comment on the Bonneville to Highway 395 bridge. You've got that in there as a non-mark selective fishery, running from August 1st to September 15th. But at Wind River, where the fish you're catching are dip-in fish, you've got that as a hatchery Chinook fishery through the end of September. I'd like to remind you that until we started on our rule simplification kick, that Wind River fishery up there was non-mark select. And if you doubt that, I can give you Cindy's phone number and I can give you Joe Heimer's phone number. And they will both tell you that that was not done. That change to make that into a mark selective fishery was not done for any biological reason whatsoever. It was a simple rule simplification move, and they can tell you where the what's the word I'm looking for? The studies are, and who did them to show that wasn't biologically justified. Some of you in this room would remember that I think 3 or 4 years ago, I raised this very question and asked that we move on doing something to address this situation. And it seems like it just continuously gets dropped, even though I bring it up year after year after year. And since Kelly's sitting here listening, I'm hoping that maybe we will actively get involved in doing something about this. So I would have to say that I'm all in favor of that Bonneville to 395, but with the caveat that we need to look into why we're releasing those same exact fish at Wind River and during that time frame. So thank you. Oh, I want to thank everybody in behind me as well for showing up and voicing your opinions, concerns, and your favorite options. And I would encourage you to ask more of your peers to please come and do the same thing. We need to hear from everybody. And thank you to staff for everything.
Thank you, Steve. So I've got 2 more people in the room. I just want to make sure we have enough time in the end to get back to stuff. So anyone online, raise your hand if you hadn't provided your thoughts yet. You want to? I think they've all spoken. Yeah. Yeah. Or in the room. Okay. Okay. So Roger, you're up.
I just got some questions that I and others, when we're fishing on the boat or in the bank or whatever way we're doing it, and we don't know how to ask these questions to anyone in particular, so that's why I'm here. And I'm just going to go through a quick list of them, and then maybe I'll get some answers out of them. First question is, you're doing with the spring salmon. Why do we operate our man calendars to a fish calendar? Why is the month of March open for salmon? It's the only one reason we all seem to come up with one thing is the guide service wants to sell trips. I mean, that's the conception.
Roger, we're talking about summer and fall fisheries. Do you have summer and fall fishery questions?
I tried to talk about this earlier.
So
Roger, summer.
Yeah, I tried and you said, no, we're talking about spring later.
Later is in not today. We got limited time.
Today is about North of Falcon planning, which is summer season and fall season. Spring Chinook is.
I'll ask this question. How do we get to ask a question to the Lord up here to get to answer us? We don't know how to do it. So I've been asked to go up since
So Roger, if you are willing to hang out after the meeting, I'm sure one of us can talk to you on the side, but we need to stay on topic. And so if there's nothing on summer, fall, we're going to move on to the next person. All right.
Roger. Send me an email, give me a call.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on. Robert, I think you're up next.
Thank you, Robert Moxley, Columbia River Advisor. So as far as the options go,
I would have to go with number 2 for West Puget. And then buoy 10, I'd have to go with 3. So with that, I'd probably call myself a conservative angler in regards to not wanting to waste any of these fish in the release mortality thing. And I think that as I've watched this process over the last 15 plus years, it seems like the staff's pushing more days on water than anything. And so, I'm one that likes quality opportunity and not just opportunity. And I just encourage staff to make sure you recognize the fact that the opportunity we get, we want, a lot of us want, quality retention opportunity, not just catch and release fisheries. The ones that are advocating for a mark select fishery down at buoy 10, I don't know if they realize, but there's never been a hard study on release mortality. I think it's at 19%. We came up at 10, 15 that summer, and about 19. So we don't really know the true mortality. It's federally illegal to remove a hatchery fish from a hatchery at 70-degree water. Not uncommon that outgoing tide's hitting 70, right? So down there. So I question the ethics behind it. It's not for me, but it's hard for me to argue with all those angler trips, right? So obviously people want to go. It's just personally, it's not for me. The industry likes the days on water. I'm pro industry. I like to see them make the money, right? So I think number 3 is a balance between someone like me and someone like the industry, right? They get their days on water, and I get a quality opportunity to retain some fish on the non-mark select option. So I do appreciate that. If we could start it earlier in season, and it looks like we're not using them, like Jeff said, I'll be able to figure that out as we move along. Maybe we can go a little earlier. And also, I see it's on the 15th it ends. That's the same with zone 4 and 5. So if it looks like we're not using those impacts, I would like to see what it would look like to run that to the end of the month, because the tides aren't that great. And as far as buoy 10 goes, right? And so if we could increase the opportunity non-select down there, I would encourage that, because buoy 10 really has been the one that's seen the most, punish in regards to season structures and bag limits, because it's so expensive. So if we could do what we can to help them, that'd be great. As far as zone 4 and 5 and the coho, I've advocated for the last 7 years some non-select opportunity. The mark rate is very poor, at least all the fish that I catch and everybody I talk to catches. So I would encourage staff to consider some non-select in zone 5, maybe 1 per year per angler. Start with something soft. I've asked, hey, why do the commercials get to keep them? And for the record, I'm pro commercial and river, but why do they get to keep them and we don't? And I've been told, well, we don't expect their handle to be very high. The same could be said for recreational anglers. In fact, fact sheet from last September suggests that the commercials would retain 1,600 coho in the opener, and in 2024 it's projected 1,662. Rex is 509. And we released 241 as per September's fact sheet and kept 268. So that water's easily 70 degrees. And I've talked to NOAA, Southeast Alaska. They just don't think that release mortality should be associated with that fishery in that warm water. So we never use up all the impacts for the coho below Bonneville. So again, I'd encourage staff to look at some opportunity to retain some of those and utilize the impacts that we've been given. So thank you.
Thank you, Robert. And then I think it's John.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Remember's working.
Hi, John Page. I'm a user of the resource. I just have one question, and this is the first time I've attended this meeting. As I listen to the quality experience, I listened about the dusky geese, and there's a lot of tidbits here. What I'm wondering is, has the state considered, looking ahead to the future as we keep growing in population, more and more demand on the resource, has the state ever looked at or considered, I'm not recommending, so don't kill the messenger, okay? Have you ever looked at like how elk are managed, elk hunting You buy a tag for Eastern Washington or you buy one for Western, but you don't get to hunt the whole state. And so I hear about the community down at Warrington, and how do you protect that community and get maximum benefit from the resource? But you have people that fish upriver, and how do you protect that fishery so people get to? So I'm just wondering if there's been any study or any consideration about issuing, I'll say, licenses or punch cards specific to regions of the river as this population of humans continues to grow.
Okay, thank you for that. So I think we were reserving the last 20 minutes, so we've got 15 minutes. That's pretty good. To kind of circle back, I don't want to necessarily walk through. I think there's a piece on our agenda, but it's basically, we're going to take one strategy per area to the council process. You've heard that 3 or 4 or 5 times today already. So we're done with that. I think at this, and we're not going to show our cards yet because we're not there yet on what we're going to select and how, but we are still gathering your input. But I think there's some questions and things we heard I think we probably want to get back to with the remaining time. So bear with us because we have a long list to kind of pick and choose what we get to. But if we don't get to questions, we're always available via email or, if the meeting ends, there might be a few minutes, but I think we're all going to try to beat traffic at some point soon too. So keep that in mind. So
I have another call at 3 o'clock.
And then other people have meetings. So yeah, there's a few things on there. So just give us a minute and we'll respond. And then for Region 5 staff, if there's anything from the tributary stuff, you feel free to come on up and respond to provide some answers to any questions you heard.
Sure, I can start. No, Les, we're not looking to get rid of thermal angling sanctuaries anytime soon. I wish I had the answer for what's going on with steelhead. This is driving me nuts. We are working like crazy on trying to do things, we're actively managing pinnipeds. We're working with our co-managers in the federal government to try to make the hydro system as friendly a place as possible. And we're doing what we can with all our co-managers to make sure that, fisheries are not adversely impacting these things. So, but yeah, don't have the answers on what's going on with steelhead and why they've been down. Really wish I had a smoking gun. I do know, the hydro system has been in place for a long time. Those snake basin populations are not in good shape and are not projected to look in a good place, with that hydro system in place, I think. So.
I can go.
So I just want to add a little bit to the thermal angling sanctuary piece there. So those thermal angling sanctuaries are in commission rule, so the definition of them is in place, but whether or not they're implemented is partially based on abundance. So that's one way to quote unquote get rid of them, is for abundance to increase. As Tucker alluded, we don't necessarily have the ability to do that, or we don't even know what's affecting the steelhead abundances right now, specifically. But that's if steelhead abundances increase, then a lot of our troubles go away with some of that.
We have looked into a little bit of the Thule ID question. We've worked with a OSU graduate student on some of that. Thule ID is actually, once the fish are dead, is like much easier than when they're still alive. But fisheries management in the fall is, extremely complex, right? There are multiple potential constraining stocks. So, if you start making a situation where, you've alleviated limiting stock on one, pretty soon you are have a constraining stock on another. So there's a lot of moving pieces also, and it's not like we're forecasting herbs to be, at 500,000 this year. So, right, it is a complex moving machine with these fisheries going on. I mean, not a machine, but you know what I mean? There's a lot of moving pieces going on.
And don't forget, there's more than one tule population we're talking about. So trying to ID them, you might actually undercut your intention because Spring Creek tules are not counted as the LRH tule impact rate. So that's the complexity that's built into this whole thing.
Do you mind if I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Comments are not going to be specific to options or anything, but I did want to, a few of the comments here today referenced punishment. And I just wanted to sort of address that because, you know, the mission, at least for Washington, and I think it's similar in Oregon, is to support sustainable recreational commercial fishing opportunities. That is what we are trying to do, right? We're working within the harvest constraints. We have to do that. Granted, 2022 was not what we wanted to see, but subsequent actions since then are not a punishment for what happened in 2022, right? We didn't meet what we wanted to meet for the preseason goals, so we recrafted and did something different in 2023. We don't take retribution out on any of our constituents, and I want that to be very clear, right? Staff here are working very hard to find options that you all can weigh in on, and we want to hear your comments in a respectful manner, but it's not a punishment.
You know, fisheries management is ideally an adaptive management process, right? We're taking actions, we're, you know, with the best of intentions, we're monitoring the results of those actions, and then we're trying to take those results into an account and make it, you know, an improved decision process. And it is an iterative process where we're trying to dial things in. You know, we recognize that there are multiple constituent pools in play, right? We have, you know, everyday recreational anglers, we have fishing industry, we have guides, we have tackle people, we have owners of bait shops, you know, we have a commercial fishing industry. We are trying to balance multiple constituent pools and trying to, and just the general public, right, who also has a connection to this resource. And so we're trying to make this adaptive management response to this thing and really optimize the response to everyone to this amazing resource. To Mr. Page's question with regards to big game versus fisheries, you know, big game and fish are fundamentally, you know, vastly different creatures, right? You know, elk have one or two offspring, you know, salmon have, you know, hundreds of thousands. So, you know, they have a vastly different reproductive strategies. Many come back. So, you know, I would say that states and tribes and federal government view different, you know, management strategies all the time. We're constantly thinking about how to manage things and the public and the resource that come back. I don't think folks yet are thinking about limited entry or managing to those sorts of things because, you know, as I said, they're a wildly different type of resource, and it, you know, that will be a pretty dramatic step in that direction. Despite the fact that, you know, Les from Eastern Oregon might wish that I could drop a gate on Interstate 84 and keep people from driving up. We're definitely not there yet.
Yeah, there were a couple questions kind of regarding getting into the area post September 15. Don McBride brought up that, you know, specifically for the area upstream Bonneville. But, you know, I spoke to a little bit earlier. We were basically pegged on Snake River wild impacts and upriver bright harvest. So given what we have now, that's as far out as we can go. But like I described, that gets us into that time frame where we'll have some in-season abundance information and be able to react in season. So right now, we can't model out past that. We can't exceed the limits that we've got. So, but there is some opportunity in season to assess and then adjust from there. So hopefully that spoke to a few people's questions on where that kind of date cutoff was coming and why we hadn't expanded past that.
I think Matt Hoswa, I heard a couple of Drano and Wynn question. Anything you want to circle back on? Just want, because you're back there, I can't talk to you on the side.
No, that's fine. I think that now.
Okay.
Hey, thanks. Yes, I think the question about Drano was in regards to the coho limit in there. So again, in years like this, it's kind of relates back to steelhead, given our rules on Chinook. Basically, when anglers reach that adult salmon limit, if we had it at 2 coho, right, that's more time on the water, potentially trying to fill that bag. And so this provides some added protection for steelhead that could be in the lake in that area. Also for the Wind River, this was brought up a couple years ago, and in that time, we did start sort of a phased approach in the Wind River, making the Chinook in the during the month of October, non-mark select, and have been sort of looking at creel information and just continue to address and look at that to see if we can advance sort of the that period more earlier into August, or into September rather, sorry.
LCC?
Not really.
Okay. Well, I'll catch you offline, Chris. We we're got about 5 minutes left, but just that we really do appreciate everyone's thoughtful input on the concepts and the questions. We have a few follow-ups, I think, offline to do that we probably have jotted down. So just bear with us, or we'll try to work with you on getting some answers clarified. What we were doing here, we wanted to hear your thoughts and the rationale why a certain concept made sense, so we can take that into consideration. So that, not just, this one because of this reason. It's like, well, understanding the fundamental why behind that is just as important as the preferred concept. So we were hearing in between conversation besides just a number. So just want to let you know that that is what we're taking into account. We do have, WDFW does have a rulemaking website on North Falcon that you can make sure spread the word to everyone that they can provide thoughts on there for input. The sooner the better, so we can get to modeling. And so I would say more today is better than tomorrow, is better than next week. So the earlier the better on that. We didn't hear a whole lot on summer Chinook approaches, so we'd like more feedback on that. June 16th or the holiday, we heard a couple thoughts, but more is better to help us think forward. I do want to advertise those who fish upstream of Highway 395 in Washington. There is a meeting next Wednesday in Clarkston. There's a recorded video presentation of the same presentation we'll be giving, so feedback on that's helpful. I think with that, though, really just thank everyone for their time. I know it's not always easy to show up to these in person or create space virtually. We all live busy lives. So really appreciate everyone's help, and we'll stay tuned. And if you are going to, the April council meeting is in Seattle. So it's at least regional if you do decide to show up, and the states do have delegation rooms if you are there. That's all I really have on that. Kyle, anything on the council process to add? No?
No, all the dates are on their website. And that's at the West End in Seattle.
Yep. Okay. Well, with that, really appreciate everyone. And this video was recorded, and I think it should be available on WDFW's North of Falcon website when it gets uploaded and posted. I think that's how we've been doing it, but at some point it will be. Yes, I see a thumbs up. Last words, Jeff?
No, I just want to echo a lot of what you said, Ryan, and thank everybody for coming today and providing your input and your thoughts. I think we got a lot of really good discussion, a lot of really good information and perspectives from everybody here today. And that's why we do this, is we need to hear from the public, because we kind of get into our boxes and we're working away doing our thing. We've been doing that for a week straight here now, but it's good to come out and show what we've done, get a response, get some, some feedback from everybody here. And I think we heard a lot that will help us as we move through this, next month or so, wrapping this stuff up. Again, everyone has our contact information, email and phone number. So please feel free to reach out, if you have other questions or thoughts that do come up here, in the next few weeks or any time for that matter. So thanks again, everybody, for this today. It was helpful.
All right. Yeah. Have a good one.
Okay, really